All right, members, if you guys could grab your seats so that we can get started. And we are, I believe, live to the broadcast or getting ready to go live to the broadcast. So LCB broadcast team, just let me know when it's time to get going and we'll get started.
Chair, you are muted to the broadcast and may begin when ready.
All right, thank you. I would like to call this meeting, this first meeting of the Regional Transmission Coordination Task Force to order. And our first order of business is to take the roll. Ms. Wickham, will you please take the roll?
Senator Chris Brooks.
Here.
Assemblywoman Melissa Hardy. Here. Eric Witkowski.
Here.
Richard Perkins.
Here.
Mona Tierney-Lloyd. Here. Eric Hansen.
Here.
Rebecca Wagner. Here. Elizabeth Becker. Here. Leslie Mujica. Here. David Bobzian.
Here.
Cameron Dyer.
Here.
Chris Sanchez.
Here.
Carolyn Barbash.
Here.
I believe she's, thank you. She's on Zoom. Carolyn Turner. Okay. Luke Pepez.
Here.
Elise Porto. John Seeliger. Haley Williamson.
Here.
Ernest Figueroa.
Here.
Jeremy Newman. Costin Lathris. Okay, we have a quorum.
All right, thank you, Ms. Wickham. And next up, we have, next on the agenda is public comment. And we'll have two periods of public comment, one in the beginning and one at the end. This is our first period of public comment. On the agenda was posted the number by which you could call in for public comment. And so broadcast services, first of all, do we have anyone here in the audience in Las Vegas who would like to make public comment? All right, and please approach the dais and turn on the microphone or the table, please, and turn on the microphone and state your name and spell it for the record, please.
Can you hear me? Great. John Williams, John, Williams. Mr. Chairman, members of the Regional Transmission Coordination Task Force, my name is John Williams. I'm with the Bonneville Power Administration, and I would just like to make some brief comments. I've been involved with Nevada since the late 90s, so I'm quite familiar with a lot of things that go on in this state. We have 4 utilities that provide electricity service in the state. Give you their names: Wales Electric, excuse me, Harney Electric, Raft River Co-op, Surprise Valley. Let me just briefly mention, Bonneville is a federal PMA. However, under the Department of Energy, we are quite independent. We are self-funding, and we provide transmission service as well as electricity service to over 140 co-ops. Bonneville, as you know, is involved with a lot of the Western energy and balance market activities. Next week, we plan on joining the energy and balance market, and we hope to be a vital member in providing hydro services. Mr. Chairman, that concludes my brief remarks, and I stand to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Williams, and I appreciate you making the trip all the way to Las Vegas and joining us today, and I'm sure we will use you as a resource.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else in Las Vegas who would like to make public comment? All right. Is there anyone in Carson City that would like to make public comment? All right, seeing none. Broadcast Services, could you please check and see if we have anyone on the telephones that would like to make public comment?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. If you would like to participate in public comment, please press *9 now on your phone to take your place in the queue.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to make public comments today. My name is Sarah Steinberg. That's SarahSteinberg, and I'm a principal at Advanced Energy Economy, a national association of businesses working to advance policies that make energy more reliable, secure, clean, and affordable. Our membership includes companies that develop clean energy generation technologies, distribution and transmission lines, and large energy users looking to meet sustainability goals. The formation of a Western RTO, a regional transmission organization, is a top priority for our member companies across the technology spectrum. As Nevada transitions to a modern, high-performing grid served by a diverse and renewable energy mix, stronger collaboration with other states can deepen energy cost savings and enhance reliability while making sure the electric grid serves customers efficiently. Harnessing a market-driven regional approach to coordinate energy resource sharing between Nevada and neighboring states will save ratepayer dollars and significantly reduce pollution while helping to keep the lights on during extreme weather events. At the end of the day, participation in a Western RTO is the only affordable and reliable way for Nevada to meet its energy policy goals. But it's not only necessary, it's also good economic policy. An expanded regional grid that offers lower energy costs and market transparency creates economic opportunity for the state by driving business expansion and relocation into the state and renewable energy development, all of which puts Nevadans to work in good infrastructure jobs and injects more dollars into the local economies. Because of its efforts to date, most notably with the passage of SB 448 last session and the approval of NV Energy's new Greenlink transmission project, Nevada is at the center of the RTO conversation in the West. AEE is thrilled to see this task force get on the ground and appreciate your leadership in stepping up to serve to tackle this challenging but critical issue. We hope to be a resource to you all as these conversations move forward, so please don't hesitate to reach out. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Steinberg. Do we have any other callers on the line?
Chair, you have no more callers wishing to speak at this time.
Thank you, Broadcast Services. So that takes us to our next agenda item. And before we go to agenda item 3, I just want to go over just some housekeeping. The restrooms are out there down the hall to the right. And if any of the members need to get a drink or have a snack when we take a break, it's through that back door there, and it's in 4408, which is a conference room that we have set up with some snacks and drinks and such. And we will be taking a break later on in the agenda, and probably 2 breaks. We'll see how the kind of the cadence of the meeting goes and the speed and flow of the meeting to kind of time that. And I want to go over some mic etiquette. Please silence all devices. And to speak in Carson City or Las Vegas, press the mic button at your seat. The button will light up. When speaking, adjust the mic so it's pointing directly at your mouth. Position yourself about 6 inches from the mic. If you have a soft voice, get closer. If your voice is loud, get further away. Press the mic button again to mute the mic when you're done speaking. And please, let's only use one mic at a time to avoid feedback. And keep your mic muted and your phones and devices silenced, including your laptops, while we are doing the meeting. And so I will now go on to our next agenda item, which is the open meeting law review. And we have Deputy Attorney General Anthony Walsh to walk us through some of the open meeting law items that we need to be very aware of.
Good morning, and thank you, Chair Senator Brooks, and to all the members of this task force. I think this agenda item is going to be a rather quick one. It'll be a brief review of the open meeting law. I'm sure many of the task force members are familiar with Nevada's open meeting law, NRS 241. However, as a refresher, it may be useful to go over some of the main concepts that are really important to public bodies that have to abide by the open meeting law. So very quickly, I have a little slideshow. This one is from 2019. However, I think it is the best prepared one that I have seen. So can the South see this presentation okay?
All the members have this in front of us.
Okay.
It's not on the screen, but all the members have it in front of us. Thank you.
Very good.
It is now on the screen. Thank you.
Very good. So as an introduction, the open meeting law applies to all public bodies, defined as any administrative, advisory, executive, or legislative body of the state or local government under NRS 241-015. This includes subcommittees as well as working groups. I understand on this agenda, and part of Section 32 of SB 448 allows the the task force to create working bodies, and so those would also be subject to open meeting law requirements. However, those are designed and appointed will also be need to have an open meeting law compliance agenda meeting for those as well. It is the intent of the legislature that all of these meetings be open, transparent, and unless there are exceptions that apply. However, for this public body, I do not believe that any exceptions will apply. Those are usually related to judging sort of like the character and fitness of other public officers, technically sometimes behind closed doors. None of those exceptions really apply to this task force. Deliberation and action must be properly noticed and taken openly. Action is only taken by the body as a whole. Members have no individual decision-making powers and may only speak on behalf of the body if authorized to do so during an open meeting. And to the extent that a multi-member group is appointed by a public body and given a task to make recommendations to the public body, that group is also a public body, subject to open meeting law. That would be our working groups that may arise from this meeting. A meeting, in this case, is a quorum of members of a public body gathering together with deliberation towards a decision and/or action, which means that making a decision, commitment, or promise over a matter within the public body's supervision, jurisdiction, control, or advisory power. In this case, the task force advisory power. Quorum is a simple majority, and a gathering of a quorum at a social function may not be a meeting as long as there is no deliberation or action. However, my general advice is to be careful and keep that as limited as possible, because that makes my job a little easier, but it makes everybody's job a little bit easier going forward. So, attorney-client conferences are not public meetings as long as there is no action. Now, as for quorums, this is one of the main comments or concepts is a walking quorum. So if the example at the bottom of this slide is that two members of a 5-member public body discuss how they intend to vote on an issue, and then a third member becomes aware of that, or that is communicated to the third member, we've all of a sudden created a quorum subject to open meeting laws. And if a action was taken, that could be a violation of the open meeting law and would result in either a void action or potential fines that would have to be investigated by the Office of the Attorney General. Again, another electronic pitfall that may arise for quorum discussions is reply all. So I would recommend that any task force member communicate individually directly to essentially Governor's Office of Energy if they have any questions, and that is a little bit of a filter so that other task force members may not become aware of that communication and accidentally creates a quorum or a walking quorum situation. The notice and agenda items, I guess, apply a little bit in this context. Office of Energy will usually likely handle all of the postings and requirements for the agenda and drafting. However, the agenda usually has to be as clear as possible so that there are no gray areas of potential discussion or action that can arise. So as clear and focused as the agenda can be, the better. Today's agenda, I believe, is a little bit pared down as it is the first agenda of this task force, so the concepts are not terribly specific in any more than they need to be. As stated before, Governor's Office will take care of posting the agendas at all and proper notices as required under NRS 241. Public bodies shall also make reasonable efforts to accommodate persons with disabilities to attend meetings, as well as provide notice to persons who have requested notice, and additional notices may be provided. Emergency meetings may only be called when the need to act upon a matter is truly unforeseen and circumstances dictate the immediate action is required. In this case, any type of meeting can be noticed with the proper 3-day notice. As stated before, there are likely no exceptions that apply to this task force. Public comment is a very serious theme in NRS 241, so there will be only reasonable time, place, or manner restrictions. Usually we see that as public comment may be limited to a few minutes, sometimes see a 3-minute cutoff time. However, any type of content or viewpoints restrictions on a speaker are prohibited. However, the open meeting law does not prevent the removal of any person who willfully disrupts a meeting to the extent that his orderly conduct is made impractical. Open meeting law violations. Actions taken in violation of the law are void. The OAG, Office of the Attorney General, can investigate. And corrective action can be properly applied to future agendas. So if there was a mistake in one meeting, the next meeting could have an action item that says this is going to be corrected in this meeting, and we'll have to either redo a discussion or action on that one. Those are very rare. I don't see that happen very often. So the use of technology for meetings has changed a little bit over COVID. However, the requirement was that there needed to be a physical location at all meetings. However, over the last 2 years, plenty of open meetings have been held simply electronically. However, any technology that is being used in an open meeting must not be used to circumvent the spirit or letter of the open meeting law. So we want to make sure at all times that any electronic components to this meeting are equally accessible to all members of the public, and that as physical locations go, any member of the public is allowed to be there. That is that is probably the essential component of the open meeting law. Again, in the legislative update prior to 2019, subcommittees or working groups that have a majority of members that are members of the staff, members of the public body is authorized to make a recommendation to or take action on behalf of the public body are subject to open meeting law requirements. Supporting materials and any materials that are provided as part of a presentation before this task force should be disseminated prior to the open meeting. Again, that's usually all handled on Governor's Office of Energy's side. These are the investigative procedures, potential fines. However, if a member of a public body relies on legal advice, no criminal penalty or administrative fine may be imposed. So if there's any other questions, feel free to ask me, and I think that generally keeps things pretty safe.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. I do have a question.
Yes.
And as you know, we have a little bit different rules in the legislature, and the chair has kind of broad discretion to do a lot of different things. And so I might get a little sideways a couple of times. So I'm glad you're there to keep me in line. But can we take agenda items out of order?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, great.
Yes,
Thank
Chair.
you.
Agenda
And
items may be moved around in the agenda. However, new agenda items may not be presented just out of nowhere. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. Do any of the members have any questions for Mr. Walsh? All right. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
And that will bring me to our next agenda item, and that's agenda item 4. And opening remarks by myself, and then after that we'll go to introductions of all of the task force members. And so I will start. And my name is Senator Chris Brooks. I represent Senate District 3 in the heart of Las Vegas, and I'm the chair of this committee. And this committee was created by Senate Bill 448, and I'll walk through that a little bit later in this agenda item, but I just wanted to kind of give you some of my background and my interest in this subject. My first job in the world was building electrical distribution systems at the Nellis Air Force Base and on national security sites around the state of Nevada, and for my family's company. And I went on to be a contractor, a utility contractor building transmission distribution systems for gas and electric utilities, and which really led me into one of the careers where I really pivoted back about 22 years ago, and that was starting one of the first solar EPC companies here in the country, and I located it right here in Southern Nevada. And grew that company, worked through regulated utilities and worked as a contractor, and then ended up at a rural electric co-op as one of their executive vice presidents. And my relation and part of my task was to work with the California Independent System Operator and the California Energy Commission and the Public Utilities Commission, the California Legislature, and the California Air Resources Board, which really gave me kind of a broad understanding of some of the limitations and also some of the opportunities in the West. And that really pivoted me into where I currently am in the policy world, where I thought that we as a state could take full advantage of our position here in the Western United States as kind of the center of the Western electric transmission world, and geographically. And so that really led to Senate Bill 448 that I sponsored and got bipartisan support and support from the governor and passed in the 2021 legislative session. And so I'll just walk through Senate Bill 448 very quickly, and then talk about the components of that bill that affect this, created and now affect this task force. And it really did. It was kind of an omnibus energy bill that did quite a few things, but for the purposes of this task force, it dealt with transmission. And I'll get into some of the sections a little bit later, but it also dealt with transportation electrification, energy efficiency standards, rooftop solar standards, carbon-free electricity resource planning processes, energy storage. It dealt with the Economic Development Electric Rate Rider Program, and it dealt with a few utility regulatory issues as well. We had everything you can imagine in that bill. And so it was, I have to thank Bob Johnston, who was just instrumental in both the crafting of that bill and getting it through the process. And it was quite an effort and had a lot of input from a lot of people in this room. So I want to thank everyone that really did participate in that. And Senate Bill 448 and the provisions that pertain to our work here today are posted on the Governor's Office of Energy's website, and as well as all the other materials that we're going to be looking at today, and all the materials that we will be using as we move forward in this process. And I really want to thank the Governor's Office of Energy for all their hard work in putting this meeting together, and also for facilitating the conversation and hosting the website that's going to have all this information on it. And we have with us today Director Bob Sien, appreciate that, and we have Laura Wickham, who really did a tremendous amount of work, and I really appreciate everything that you've done. And so Senate Bill 448, it created this the task force that we're serving on today. And the reason why that this, I felt and the bill stated, and the legislature and governor reaffirmed that we need this, is that, as you can see, especially folks who work in this space, Nevada is uniquely positioned to be at the center of the electrical transmission world here in the West. And a more robust and interconnected transmission system provides for greater national security, resiliency for our state, lower greenhouse gas emissions, lower electrical costs, and it also diversifies our economy and grows our economy by facilitating renewable energy development and making load growth possible here in the state. And Nevada needs to take advantage of our abundant resources, and we need to act fast. And that is why it's so important that we start this work today and get towards our goal. Transmission takes a very long time to plan, develop, permit, and construct. And I see a lot of professionals in the room today who know that only too well. And we are not alone in this. We are in a race with our neighboring states, and to really take full advantage of our position here in the West. Now, this benefits the state's economy. It provides tax dollars and economic investment opportunities in the state of Nevada. It provides more secure electrical systems and lower costs for our residents. And as climate's changing on us and summers are getting hotter and our super peak is getting bigger and bigger, that is becoming more and more of an issue for us. And being interconnected in the West will really help with that issue. And it creates thousands of high-paying jobs. There are billions of dollars of private capital waiting to be invested in the state of Nevada that only new transmission can facilitate. And that is a huge benefit and opportunity for our state. And it helps with our national security. Energy security is national security. And I don't think it's even any more obvious than that right now, while there are conflicts around the world that are really funded by and largely in part created by energy issues. And so having a more robust and interconnected electrical system in the West will help our nation be far more secure and help the West play a role in that national security. And it helps our environment. Decarbonization through better utilization of existing thermal power plants, as well as through the development of renewable energy, And it allows for electrification of fuel switching and electrification of loads that really has a tremendous amount of opportunity for benefit Nevada. And it gives us access to zero carbon energy like wind and hydroelectric that we don't have in our own state. And so if we're going to meet our climate goals and we're going to do it in a cost-effective manner, we have to work with our neighboring states. And the only way to do that is through interconnected transmission systems and well-coordinated transmission systems. So Senate Bill 448, Omnibus Energy Bill, got bipartisan support, supported from the governor. It was supported by the electric utilities. It was supported by large customers, by small customer groups, by consumer groups, the renewable energy industry, organized labor, chambers of commerce, and most environmental organizations. And if you looked at Senate Bill 448, sections 15 through 34 are the sections of that bill that deal with transmission. That's pages 22 through 25 of the bill. I believe it's about a 51-page bill. Sorry, LCB. But 22 through 25 really are the sections that deal with the transmission issue that then sets up the need for and creates this task force. Section 30 directs the transmission provider, as defined by this bill, to do the following. And I'm not going to read that because it's quite a bit, and you can read it offline or while we're in this meeting. But Section 31 creates this task force. Section 32 defines how the task force will operate. And Section 33 lays out the objectives of this task force. And Section 34 directs the Governor's Office of Energy to facilitate and support the task force. Later in the agenda, we'll discuss the possible creation of working groups. And so I want the members and anyone that are stakeholders and that aren't members but are stakeholders or have an interest, or members of the public who would express an interest as well, to keep this in mind as I walk through what those potential working groups could be. And Section 33, it says the task force shall advise the governor and the legislature on A, the potential costs and benefits to transmission providers and their customers in this state of forming or joining a regional transmission organization which provides access to an organized, competitive regional wholesale electricity market. Or B, policies that will accommodate entrance by transmission providers in this state into a regional transmission organization by January 1st, 2030. And January 1st, 2030 is outlined earlier in the bill. Policies, and C, policies that will site transmission facilities necessary to achieve this state's clean energy and economic development goals. Or D, potential areas in this state where growth in demand for electricity or growth in renewable energy generation would be accommodated by additional transmission or regional market opportunities. And lastly, business and industries that could locate in this state as a result of this state's position in an organized, competitive regional wholesale electricity market. And Senate Bill 448, Section 3, subsection 2 says the task force shall, not later than November 30th, 2022, and every 2 years thereafter, submit to the governor and the director of the Legislative Council Bureau for transmittal to the next regular session of the legislature a report on its activities, including any recommended legislation needed to enable entrance by transmission providers in this state into a regional transmission organization. So those 5 areas of Section 33 of Senate Bill 448 are really what we're trying to investigate and get to the bottom of and get more education on through this task force process. And our work product is in Section 2, and that is that report. And the requirements of the report are intentionally vague, and I think that they will depend on this ever-changing and fast-moving picture of energy in the West, but also will be based on the presentations and the knowledge that we gain as a task force over the next year, or I guess it's 9 months or so, 8 months or so, between now and when the report will be made. Now, we'll have another meeting before now and when that report will be created. And I believe we'll have to probably have a meeting to approve that report and send it before we send it to the legislature and the governor's office, so that policymakers like myself and like Assemblywoman Hardy, who's joined us today, can possibly make legislative recommendations if necessary. A lot of times, but it never really stops us, a lot of times legislation is not necessary. But we'll make that determination based on where we're at come 2023 legislative session. And if you notice, the timing is such that it informs right before bill draft deadlines for the 2023 legislative session. All right. So with that, I will move on to our next agenda item, and I think that I've covered kind of the expectations of the bill, but again, refer back to the bill, and that's sections 31 through 33, or 34, excuse me, to really get a clear understanding, those 3 pages of that bill. So I will go on to our next agenda item, which is an introduction of task force members. And I will start with Director Bobsian. And Director Bobsian, could you please introduce yourself, what it is that you do or who you represent on this task force, and what interest you have or want to learn from this task force briefly. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. David Bobzien, for the record, Director of the Governor's Office of Energy for Governor Steve Sisolak. We are very excited at the office to be supporting this task force and this effort. We were supportive of the legislation during the session as representatives of the administration on this topic. And I guess the introduction for our office, many of you are certainly familiar with the Public Utilities Commission in this conversation around markets and transmission. We are the small but mighty policy shop that works on these issues. And so behind the scenes, we're very involved in regional conversations with other Western states around market evolution, around transmission issues. We have a regular cadence of engagement with the California Public Utilities Commission on procurement decisions that they make related to renewable resources that can be procured here in Nevada. That certainly also helps transmission development decisions that are made by CAISO and others. And then finally, looking ahead to sort of this new era of discussion around wholesale electricity markets that was brought upon by Senator Brooks and the legislature's passage of SB 448 from last session. We are the behind-the-scenes support for this task force, as has been mentioned. Certainly, first and foremost, the posting of materials, agendas, et cetera, to the website. You have been introduced to Laura Wickham. You'll get to know her a lot more as our work continues. She is the point in our office for the work. But you can look forward to our website providing the materials, notices, et cetera, that you need. As Mr. Walsh, our Deputy Attorney General, pointed out earlier, we're also here to help kind of with the nuts and bolts of communication and make sure we're not getting afoul of the open meeting law. So yes, the caution to resist reply all on email communications is important and tough, but rest assured that we'll be working with the chair on a regular basis. If there's information that members need to know, we'll be getting that out to you to keep you kind of out of trouble. And then certainly as the work progresses for working groups, creation of the report, et cetera, we're at the ready to assist with that. This is for all of the reasons that the chair laid out, the advantages that can accrue to Nevada and the further evolution of wholesale electricity markets. We're also very excited about that. And I think as I approach this, the opportunity for having the public discussion about those advantages, educating members of Nevada, be they customers, be they ratepayers, be they developers, et cetera, as to why we should continue all working together towards some sort of evolutionary goal is a great opportunity. So to that end, we're very excited about the public conversation that this task force kicks off, and look forward very much to working with everyone on the task force.
Thank you, Director Bobsian. And now I'll go to my right to Assemblywoman Hardy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to be here today and to be part of this task force. I represent Assembly District 22, which is Henderson, sort of the Green Valley Ranch area and around south down towards Boulder City. This is actually an area, a space that is not very familiar to me. I haven't been on any committees or done much work in the energy sector. So I'm excited to learn from everyone, and has been said multiple times with the passage of SB 448. This is something that will benefit Nevada as a whole, our citizens, our businesses. And so I'm excited to be part of the conversation and learn all that there is to learn and how we can best achieve that here in our state. And so I'm look forward to working with everyone. And again, just learning the vast amount of information that this covers. So thank you.
Thank you, Assemblywoman. And I will move on to Mr. Sanchez.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, Chris Sanchez, Deputy Director, Governor's Office of Economic Development. Our interest is twofold. You know, we looked at resiliency coming out of the pandemic and issued a report back in 2021 about the long-term vitality of our state. And one of the things that we focused on was infrastructure, and that's defined broadly: railroads, pipelines, transit and supply chain networks, ecosystems, and of course energy is on that list. And one of the things that we recognized is that Nevada needed to start really investing in time and staff time into looking at what we would need to make sure the state was strong moving forward, and that we can grow jobs in these critical industries like energy and transmission and enhanced networks and ecosystems around supply chain and transit networks. So looking forward to the discussion and appreciate the time to be here.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. And up next, we have Mr. Witkowski.
Yes, Eric Witkowski from the Colorado River Commission, the Executive Director. We really do appreciate the invitation to be on the committee. We operate sort of like Bonneville, I mentioned, Mr. Williams. We rely on the Western Area Power Administration for transmission, and they have a pretty large footprint in the West, and so they're all evaluating markets, whether one part of it has already gone to an RTO, others are evaluating it, and those organizations work through customer-driven and votes and studies, so we're participating in that. So this plays very well with the activities that we have, and I have some experienced folks on my staff. Gil Bates, who's been with my office 20 years and worked for Nevada Energy, and is very familiar with our transmission. So we just really appreciate to be here. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Witkowski. Next, we have Ms. Tierney Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mona Tierney Lloyd. I am head of U.S. policy for Enel North America. Enel has developed some projects in Nevada, most notably our geothermal projects, the still water as well as salt wells. The still water is also a combined solar plus geothermal facility. Enel has a strong interest in the development of a regional transmission organization, and is very supportive of the legislation that passed that created this task force and moving Nevada in the direction of a regional transmission organization for a lot of the reasons, Mr. Chairman, that you expressed in terms of providing economic opportunity, economic development, efficient use of a system, sharing of resources across a broader network, increasing reliability, encouraging development of all resource types, including clean energy resources, and then also providing an avenue for development of demand-side technologies, distributed solar, distributed distributed storage, and electric vehicle charging. Having a strong transmission grid is really the backbone for providing development of those resources. So I'm very pleased to be part of this group and look forward to our work together.
Thank you, Ms. Tierney-Lloyd. And up next, we have Ms. Becker.
Thank you, Senator Brooks. I'm Elizabeth Becker, and I'm honored to be representing the general public on this task force. I am a product of UNLV's Environmental Science Master's Program. I have in the past taught at the middle school and college level environmental studies, and I'm very interested in planning, sustainability, climate change mitigation, and the move away from fossil fuels. And the only way to do that is to have strong transmission so that we can move around our renewable energy resources. And I think that Nevada is really poised to be a leader here. And as you said, with our geography and also, the forward thinking of doing this planning. So I'm very pleased to be on this task force and look forward to learning a lot.
Thank you, Ms. Becker. Go Rebels. Up next, we have Ms. Mojica.
Good morning, and yes, go Rebels. My name is Leslie Mojica, and I'm the Executive Director of Las Vegas Power Professionals. I work for a nonprofit that promotes workforce development in our community, and I do believe we can become the leaders of renewable energy and electrification. But also, most importantly, as Senator Brooks mentioned, there are billions of dollars ready to be spent and invested in our state that will create not only high-paying jobs, but careers, long-term careers. And that is one of my priorities, in addition to everything that everybody said. So thank you. It's an honor to be here.
Thank you, Ms. Mojica. And as a former NECA contractor and a current IBW member, I appreciate the representation here. Mr. Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Richard Perkins, president of the Perkins Company. I'm here as a representative of the large-scale solar industry, as having been associated with NextEra Energy Resources for more than a decade. I find energy issues fascinating, which is probably an indicator that I need some mental help. But my energy experience dates back to a stint in the Nevada Legislature in 1999 when we first deregulated the state, and 2001 when we re-regulated the state after the Western energy crisis, and passed the first renewable portfolio standard, and dealing with that and all the solar issues that we've been grappling with for the last decade or so.
Thank you, Speaker Perkins. You did have a wild ride there. That was an interesting time in the West and in Nevada. You bring a unique perspective because of that. Next up, we have Mr. Hansen.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair. My name is Eric Hansen. I'm the Chief Sustainability Officer for Wynn Resorts, and I'm here representing gaming and resort industries. We, as one of the largest employer in the state, as well as some of the largest energy users, we have a very vested interest in energy issues throughout Nevada and throughout the West, looking forward to diversified sources and economic benefits associated with greater access to those markets. My background, I've been involved in the energy industry in Nevada for the last 20 years, so this is something I'm very passionate about and close to. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Hansen. And next is Ms. Wagner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Rebecca Wagner. I'm president of Wagner Strategies. I just calculated this will be my 25th year in energy policy in the state. So I started when I was really, really young. Most notably, I spent nearly a decade on the Nevada PUC. Prior to that, I served as Governor Gwynn's energy advisor, the director of the Office of Energy, and working for a developer in the geothermal arena long before Enel came to Nevada, but sharing a lot of the same folks that I grew up with in the industry. This topic of transmission and regional markets is near and dear to my heart. It became my passion when I was at the commission, serving on the Energy Imbalance Market Transitional Committee. We were charged with developing the governance model for EIM, which has turned out it's a real-time market that has proven tremendous benefits for Nevadans since 2014. I continue that work serving on the Governance Review Committee as we evaluate the next iteration of governance as we moved into a potential day-ahead market with ISO. There's lots of opportunities for Nevada to export its renewable resources, import resources like wind from other locations to keep costs down for our customers. I still think like a regulator. And transmission is a key piece to that, but also an effective, efficient market will drive down costs and move us towards decarbonization faster, more efficiently, and more reliably. So I'm honored to be on the team here and look forward to working with you all.
Thank you, Ms. Wagner. Next, we have up Mr. Cameron Dyer.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Cameron Dyer. I'm a managing senior staff attorney with Western Resource Advocates. Western Resource Advocates is a conservation organization focused on climate change solutions that sustain the environment, economy, and people of the West. What interests me about being on this task force is that I'm an engineer, so I enjoy the complexity of the grid and all the challenges involved. And I'm also an attorney, and I enjoy the policy perspectives and discussions there. Western Resource Advocates, we have a strong policy group focused on regional markets. That's one of the things that interests us organizationally. We want to focus on decarbonization policies that can come out of this working group. I'm also interested in the impacts that come out of this to the Public Utilities Commission, as that's where I spend a lot of my time. And I'm also interested in how additional transmission and new projects impact land use in the state. I'm very pleased to be here. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dyer. And now I'll go up to Carson City. And now I want to apologize between my eyes and the TV and how small and tiny the folks are up behind the dais up there in Carson. I can't necessarily see who's who, but I have a list here in front of me. So I'm going to start with Ms. Turner. Don't be shy.
There we
Sit
go.
on
I was
camera.
using the wrong button. I apologize. Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's not the speaker button, it's the mic button. Carolyn Turner here today representing the Nevada Rural Electric Association. We have 10 consumer-owned utility members that offer a different perspective. I believe everyone on this task force and in the room, both here in Carson City and in Vegas, is familiar with our investor-owned utility, NV Energy, but you may be less familiar with the folks at the end of the line. So our organization represents consumer-owned utilities, electric co-ops, which our chair worked for one of those here in the state, as well as power districts and a municipal system. So we're here really to be part of this discussion, learn a lot, as fellow task force members have mentioned. Our guys have that different perspective, being at the end of the line, operating not-for-profit at cost. All of our decisions that we make about the transmission system here in the state have a big impact to the communities that we serve. Also really excited to bring to this task force kind of a regional perspective in and of ourselves. Not only do our members serve communities throughout Nevada, but we're also in Utah, Oregon, Idaho, and the state of California. So, hopefully we can bring perspectives from all of those states and communities that we're serving. Really looking forward to this process, and thank you, Mr. Chair. I will also note, that I'm using Chair Williamson's desk here, and she is chairing a meeting of the Public Utilities Commission, so she'll not be present to do her introductions, but that's where she's at.
Thank you, Ms. Turner, and thank you for representing public power and rural electric cooperatives today. And so next we have Mr. Luke Papez.
Good morning, Chair. Luke Papez, I'm a senior director with LS Power. I appreciate the opportunity to participate on this task force. Our firm has experience developing, owning, and operating transmission facilities in several RTOs, including the Mid-Continent ISO, PJM, the New York ISO, ERCOT, and the California ISO. I appreciate the opportunity to bring our perspective as a national independent transmission developer to this task force. Now, our success in those other markets is really a result of our ability to develop innovative and cost-effective solutions to solve transmission constraints, which in turn provides significant value to ratepayers in those marketplaces. We look forward to the opportunity to sharing our perspective and the benefits that can result from creating an RTO close to our home here in Nevada, and hoping that a competitive angle can certainly be kept in mind in the value that can bring to ratepayers within the state. Again, thank you for the opportunity to participate in this task force.
Thank you, Mr. Pepez. Next up, we have Ms. Porto.
Hi, thank you. Elise Porto here, Vice President of Sustainability for Switch, and we are here representing the data center market in the state. And as everybody may know, we are the largest data center in Nevada, and we have our build is our megawatts now are, just over 300 megawatts that we potentially have, and we have a lot of growth both in the north and the south, and we're excited about our energy future and to participate on a committee that will shape our climate and sustainability goals. So we look forward to working with everybody on this task force.
Thank you, Ms. Porto. Appreciate that. Up next, I have Mr. Seeliger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. John Seeliger. I'm a regional energy manager for Nevada Gold Mines, so I'm here representing the mining industry. Obviously, with mining being a large, energy-intensive industry, we're very interested in making sure we have a stable and robust transmission system. But along with that, we're very interested in trying to make sure we have accessibility to alternate sources of energy. Obviously we are looking at decarbonizing our industry, which will be difficult, but we do feel that having an adequate transmission system is going to be very beneficial to us. So look forward to the work on this committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Seeliger. And up next, we have Mr. Figueroa.
Good morning, everybody. Hi, my name is Ernest Figueroa. I'm the Nevada State Consumer Advocate and the Executive Head of the Bureau of Consumer Protection. The Bureau of Consumer Protection is charged with basically three areas of enforcement. Our first area of enforcement is deceptive trade practice enforcement. Our second area is antitrust enforcement. And our third is ratepayer advocacy, mainly before the Public Utilities Commission and in some aspects of the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. I really appreciate the opportunity of being a member of this committee, and I just want to say, I'm looking forward to monitoring the outcome of this committee, and to the extent that there are any ratepayer benefits, we hope to maximize those ratepayer. I hope to put input to help maximize those ratepayer inputs for the benefit of residential ratepayers, and to the extent that there's any potential rate impacts, we hope to be mindful of those and to minimize those to any extent possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Figueroa, and thank you for representing the consumer in this conversation. And up next, we have Ms. Carolyn Barbash, who's, I think, joining us either on the phone or on electronically on Zoom.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
See me?
Please go ahead.
Hi.
We can hear you and see you.
Thank you, Chairman. So I am Carolyn Barbash. I am with NV Energy representing the utility class on this, the large utility class. I've got 33 years of industry experience, and including all the deregulation and re-regulation efforts in Nevada, the beginning of the federal government's establishment of electric wholesale markets in the nation, and the various efforts around the Western region to form markets. I won't go through all of the efforts that haven't been successful, but I was more recently involved in setting up the energy imbalance market side for NV Energy to participate in the California ISO. I led efforts at Pacific Corp, a sister utility of NV Energy's, to explore joining the California ISO back in 2015-16 timeframe. And I think I have a lot of other helpful experience and that hope to bring value to this task force. You know, as we've all said, we need transmission in order to make markets work. And one of my responsibilities right now is getting the Greenlink project permitted and in service in different phases, 2026 and 2028. It's the largest investment in Nevada's transmission system, I think, that's been made in history. I have real-time remote grid operations experience, field operations in both electric and natural gas delivery, some economic development experience using, you know, Nevada's low cost of energy and renewable energy development as some economic development opportunities for new businesses, and some even community relations background. So I hope to add value and answer a lot of questions in this effort. Oh, and my title right now is Vice President of Regional Transmission and Markets Policy. So I'm very tied in. This is near and dear to my heart, the efforts of this work group. I think we can come a long way regionally and more cost effectively through a regional market to reaching our renewable and carbon goals than we can in a silo as one state. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barbash. And that is all the introductions from all the members that are present. And as Ms. Turner said, Ms. Williamson stepped away for just a few minutes to actually do some Public Utilities Commission work and will rejoin us later. So I want to move on to our first presentation. And before we do that, and it's a presentation on Transmission 101, and it will be presented by Cameron Dyer and Ken Wilson from Western Resource Advocates. And if you want to go to the table so that we can see you, and it'll be better for the cameras, that presentation and every other presentation and all of our other meeting materials are online at the Governor's Office of Energy website as listed on the meeting agenda. And so that's how we'll be following along, and that's how the public can follow along. And if Mr. Dyer, if you can try to get it up on this screen as well, that would be great. So today's presentations, for some of us, it'll be brand new information. For some of us, it'll be, you know, stuff that we're incredibly familiar with. And we're starting to try to create an educational baseline on transmission, markets, and where we are as a state to date. And so some of this is going to be, I think it's really helpful, especially in a acronym-dense industry such as energy and the subset of energy that is transmission. We throw around a ton of acronyms, and it's dizzying. So on that, our presentation materials, there's also a glossary that has a lot of the definitions of what those acronyms are. And I urge anyone to use that as a resource as we walk through this. But I just want to remind the presenters, define acronyms as you go along, because I know it's kind of shorthand for us, but define acronyms as you go along. So, Mr. Dyer, please get started.
Thank you, Chair. I will do my best to define acronyms. As you noted, there are a lot of them. And as I walk through my presentation, I'll try and make sure I stop in all the appropriate places and explain what all the pieces mean. If I don't, someone please just wave at me and I will do the best I can to stop. Good morning, Chair and members of the Regional Transmission Coordination Task Force. Thank you for having me today to present on transmission. I will be presenting, and as I introduce myself, Managing Senior Staff Attorney. I also have Ken Wilson, who is an engineering fellow on Zoom with me. He's been doing electrical engineering for much longer than I have, so if there are any real technical questions, he can field any of those for us. Quick slide, who is WRA? I talked about us briefly in my introduction. We're a conservation organization with more than 30 years experience in the interior West. We tackle climate change to address the environment, economy, and people of the West's concerns. So as we go through this presentation, I have a series of questions here I hope to answer. I'm not sure if I'll get to all of them, and if I don't, please feel free to bring them up and we can revisit them as we need to at the end. The questions involve what is transmission, and I'll talk through generation, transmission, subtransmission, distribution connections, low versus high voltage, with an emphasis on the high voltage here, alternating current versus direct current. What do transmission wires and poles look like? What different types of power lines are transmission? Is transmission evolving? How much transmission do we have in Nevada? And then why does it matter? This opening slide is meant to give a general description of what our power electricity system looks like. You start with a generating station. That's where energy is generated. It's generally in the low kV range. kV is kilovolts, K meaning 1,000. So generating is usually in a 10,000, 20,000 volt range. You go through a step-up transformer into what's called transmission lines. These have a wide range of voltages associated with them. Typically, 230 is the low end. In this case, we have 138 kV. There's a lot of discussion over what's subtransmission versus transmission. For the purposes of this presentation, I'll be focusing mostly on transmission as 230 kV and above. On transmission wires, you can have customers that take off from transmission or tie into transmission. At the end of the transmission, you have a step-down transformer, which takes it from the high voltages that we talked about to lower voltages, which could be anything basically below 130, 125 kV down to distribution levels and subtransmission levels. In this case, subtransmissions as we have listed, 26, 69, 115 kV is what we'll be kind of generally calling subtransmission. Then you have primary distribution customers who are much lower than that in the 13 kV and below. And then we have secondary customers, 120 volts or 240 volts. Secondary customers include basically all of us at home. That's what we get from the power company, is about 120 volts typically. This is a fairly complicated slide, so I put in a second one to be a little more simple. Hopefully this helps explain things and illustrate what we're talking about here. Again, I broke it up by transmission on the left, generation on the left, transmission in the middle, and subtransmission and distribution on the right-hand side. This does have one thing I want to note. It says 400 kV is transmission. I'm not aware of any 400 kV lines in the United States. That's the graphic here. It's mostly illustrative to show that the transmission is much higher voltage. So why do we use these terms AC and DC, alternating current versus direct current? I'm not going to talk about what they mean and how they work in this situation. It gets fairly complicated fairly quickly as far as the practical application. I'm going to focus mostly on the economics here. As I've listed on the left side of the slide here, we have subtransmission. 230 kV is kind of backbone transmission, which has a capacity of 500 megawatts. Again, this is an area that is subject to a lot of discussion about how much capacity can be sent down a transmission line. That varies with a lot of parameters, mostly line length. This is to give an idea of general magnitude of how much energy can be carried over any particular transmission line. 345 kV is much larger transmission. 500 kV is long distance, high efficiency transport, 2,000 megawatts and above. And then we have direct current or high voltage direct current, which is very long distance, high capacity, and low loss. I'll have some pictures and a couple more illustrations and discussion on that coming up in a few slides. And then there's also super high voltage, which we do not have any in Nevada that I'm aware of. On the right-hand side here, we have a chart that basically shows why we use AC over DC transmission for most of what we do in Nevada. It's because there's a break-even distance on cost. DC costs a lot more for short distances, but costs a lot less for very long distances. AC costs less for shorter distances and much more for longer distances, with a break-even point around 370 miles, which we'll see implicates some of the decisions in Nevada on a couple slides coming up. Generally speaking, the higher the voltage, the bigger the tower involved. So we have a range here from 69 kV, 115, which we're kind of calling subtransmission, all the way up to 500 kV, transmission. There's a lot going on in this picture, but I think the general takeaway is to say when you get to the really high voltages, you have much taller towers. In this case, you're pushing 175 feet for 500 double circuit power poles, 150 feet for just 500 kV alone. You'll see a lot of these power poles here in Vegas, and in some of the more remote parts, you'll see kind of this Iron Man lattice that we have on the left. That's kind of why it kind of looks like a big iron person to me, I don't know. And so those are around 140 feet tall or so. And we'll see variations on those as we look at some of the stuff in Nevada. So what does transmission do? It takes generation to load, as we saw in the initial slide. Higher voltages are much more efficient than lower voltages. On the picture here, just to kind of go over some of the parts of a transmission tower, on top we have ground wires. On the sides, we have high voltage conductors, and the conductors are attached to the tower with insulators. And obviously we have a tower there. This is a double circuit 345 kV transmission tower. That means that it has two 345 kilovolt circuits on either side running along those three conductors you see. When you talk about this high voltage transmission, it runs in what's called three phases, which is why we have three conductors on either side. Most of the power we have in our houses and that we're familiar with for plugging our phones in, for example, is single phase. When you get to the higher voltage, it's three phase. If anyone has really technical questions on that, I'm sure the chair would be happy to answer them, as he has actually worked with this as a career path. So I'm going to leave that alone for the time being. And on the American grid, we run power at what's called 60 hertz or 60 cycles a second. Other grids use, I think, 50. Again, that is implicated in the phasing and everything else. We don't need to go into too much of that discussion today. That's mostly just to say, here's a baseline of what to expect when you talk about this in terminology. Three conductors, 60 hertz. And in the background on this picture, you can see that there's a substation where this power is likely being taken from the 345 kV down to distribution or subtransmission levels. All right, I know it's a lot. This is a slide that kind of discusses some of the design considerations when looking at transmission. As we just looked at on that double circuit tower on the last slide, we have a shield wire on top, we have conductors on the left and right side, and we have protecting angles to either side. The protecting angles are there to say where vegetation or other structures need to be kept away from these transmission towers so you don't have what's called arcing. Arcing is when you have high voltage transmission lines get near something and you actually create an arc of energy between the line and the object that it's close to. Arcing is very bad. It can create sparks, and it can create fires, and it can create ground faults on these conductors, which is not what we need to see on a grid that needs to be reliable. Conductors also can sag. Sag is when the temperatures get high and the steel or the conductors themselves actually expand, so they drop a little bit lower to the ground or whatever objects are below them. If they do that too much, they can create arcing. And there's another phenomenon called line slap, which is where two conductors are being blown around in the wind and they get close to each other and arc. If you want to know more about what Nevada is doing to prevent these kinds of fires from starting, we have at the Public Utilities Commission the Natural Disaster Protection Plan, and this is implicated in that type of planning where we ensure that there's no vegetation or combustible materials near transmission or distribution wires. So we've been talking about above ground transmission models. This is a picture of an underground transmission. Underground transmission is feasible, it is possible. However, it is very expensive. Generally, it runs 5 to 10 times the cost of above ground transmission, which, for instance, in the Green-Link transmission lines that were approved by the Public Utilities Commission and part of Senate Bill 448, the cost on those is somewhere in the $2 to $2.5 billion range. To underground those could cost somewhere between $12 and $25 billion. That's the main consideration of putting transmission underground. I'm not saying that those numbers are, I've done a study on them. I'm just saying from a 5 to 10 times perspective and real world results, that's what we could expect. Undergrounding does increase reliability. You don't have to worry about the conductors arcing to anything and causing fires and shutting down the transmission lines. So there's a reduced risk of fire. And you avoid the aesthetic issues of transmission towers. As we were talking about, they can be up to almost 200 feet tall. So that takes us to kind of an advanced topic discussion and also looking at the evolution and research involved in transmission lines. Advanced transmission technologies, or ATTs. There's several varieties out there, and we'll go through each of these in subsequent slides. I just want to point out the picture, the image on this one, and show that we have some of these very tall towers kind of in black in the background, and then we have some overlays of red drawings on top of those. The red drawings on top of those would be implicated in the final slide here topic, advanced pole wire geometries. The main point being that they can reduce the size of these towers by a significant amount, and we'll talk about that a little bit more. Conductors. Conductors have remained fairly much consistent over the last 110 years or so. The initial conductor that was implemented and still largely used is the aluminum conductor steel reinforced, ACSR. I'm not going to use that acronym again, so you can probably forget about it. It's the most commonly used conductor type. The picture is of the steel reinforced conductor. You can see the light colored metal on the outside. It's the outer 5 or so rings of metal there. That's aluminum, and then the inner 3 or 4 rings are steel. Aluminum is very pliable, it's very malleable, and it tends to expand quite a bit. Steel is much less malleable, much stronger. So the steel reinforces the conductors and ensures reduced sag and support for the aluminum conductors on the outside. There are other technologies, steel supported, ceramic reinforced, and carbon fiber composite core. As you get to ceramics and carbon fiber, they're going to sag a lot less. However, the cost is going to be much, much greater. So we're still taking a look at some of the compositions and designs, and that's evolving to get more use out of existing transmission. Another ATT is dynamic line rating. Traditionally, static line ratings are very conservative for transmission lines. FERC recently ordered that utilities need to use the ambient adjusted ratings in their order number 881, which is part of DLR. Basically, DLR uses sensor technology to adjust line ratings based on real-time measurements going on along the transmission lines, which includes temperature, wind, how much the conductors are sagging, so on and so forth. In really ideal situations, the capacity of a transmission line could potentially double. For more information, I have a website here if you want to take a look at that. Topology optimization and power flow converters. When you have a very interconnected grid, electricity does not always flow in optimal ways. There's a lot of reasons for that. Again, this gets into some of the very complicated science. However, there are hardware and software options that can help levelize the flows around a transmission grid, and that's what PFCs and topology optimization can accomplish. I have a website here for you to take a look at. Just know that there are permanent installations and there's mobile installations that can be used in the situation where you're upgrading or building a transmission line or having to do repairs. And this goes back to my initial graphic on this section, advanced pole and wire geometries. New geometries could actually increase capacity on long-distance transmission. And there are some other research areas looking at impedance loading of lines. You can take a look at that in boldtransmission.com if you would like. I'm not recommending any of these groups. I'm not supporting any of them. They are just ones who have been doing research and have products that you can take a look at on their websites. So the next series of slides looks at what's in Nevada right now. This is an existing high voltage line in Nevada. It's called the One Nevada line, or ONLINE for short. It's a 500 kV line. It is currently in operation. We have NV Energy and LS Power who can talk more about this later on in the agenda. I just wanted to give some good pictures as reference. So as I mentioned, there's the Iron Man lattice from earlier. This looks very similar to that, except it comes down to kind of a small point at the bottom, but it's very similar in design. You have 3 500 kV conductors underneath and then ground wires above. And many of you may have actually seen these as they are in eastern Nevada, and if you drive up that way, you may be able to see them. High voltage DC lines in Nevada, we have 2 that I'm aware of. There's the Pacific DC intertie, also known as Path 65. This one is 850 miles long. So if you remember the cost graph that we looked at earlier, this is well in excess of 370 miles. So the cost drove this one being a DC line from South Washington to LA. It's 1,000 kV and has a capacity of 3,100 megawatts. Note that it does not interconnect with Nevada's grid. It's owned and operated by BPA until the Nevada-California border, and then it goes to LADWP after that, or the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power. Also, there's the Intermountain Power Project, 500 kilovolt DC line. It's not shown on the maps, but it passes through Nevada just south of Las Vegas here. What follows are a series of maps showing various transmission lines in Nevada. These are sub-transmission lines up to about 125 kV. You can see there's a fair amount connecting Reno to the eastern part of the state. And I should pause on the map, sorry. It's not very clear, but hopefully you can see that Reno and Carson City are on the kind of center left, Las Vegas, Henderson on the bottom, and Elko is kind of hidden there on the upper right. But it does show the entire state of Nevada and some bleed over into California. So there is some subtransmission in Nevada connecting kind of east-west, north-south. This is a map of all the transmission lines that are above 125 kV. It does not show the DC intertie we just talked about. And you can see that there are transmission lines following the I-80 corridor across northern Nevada, transmission lines through the I-50 or State Route, is it State Route 50? I think it's State Route 50. Yeah, through center Nevada, and the one Nevada line going down the eastern part of the state with a lot more transmission air connection around Vegas and Henderson there. And then I've compiled both of those on top of each other. One thing that is notable in this is that there are large parts of Nevada that have no transmission access. In the upper left, center right, and in kind of central Nevada there are transmission lines, but for the purpose of developing new energy projects in those areas, sometimes it's very difficult, which I'm not qualified necessarily to talk about, but I think we have other developers who can go into that a lot more. This is a map of RTO and ISO, RTO meaning Regional Transmission Organization, and ISO meaning Independent System Operator. We often use those interchangeably. There are a lot of ISOs and RTOs. You will see this map, I think, at least 2 or 3 other times today. So I'm not going to talk about it. We have other people who spend their entire careers focused on this that can talk more in depth about it, so I'll leave it to them. The one thing I want to point out is the lack of an RTO or ISO in the basically west part of the United States, minus California. From our perspective, why does transmission matter? Interconnectedness. That is the key ingredient here. We want to make sure that we are interconnected with our neighboring states, and as the chair mentioned in the opening remarks, it's very important to make sure that we are connecting clean energy resources from Nevada and our neighboring states to Nevada to make sure we can do export and import. And I'll talk a little bit about more why that's important on the next couple of slides here. This is a map that was developed many years ago, kind of showing a donut of the West, with Nevada in between, missing some key transmission. And as we looked at in the previous slides, there are transmission lines built in these areas. Like Nevada is trying to fill in the hole. But we are missing some of the very high voltage transmission lines that would really help out here. And I'll talk about those a little bit more on the next slide and what that means to Nevada. So I've got some transmission lines kind of drawn in. This is not meant to be accurate. This is meant to be very illustrative. We have a purple line on top, the Southwest Intertie Project, and the yellow line on the right, TransCanyon. We have developers who are very versed in the details of those talking later, so I'm not going to touch on them a whole lot other than to say they are important for connecting Nevada for import and export purposes. GreenLink North is red, GreenLink West is blue. Those have been approved at the Public Utilities Commission and are going through the other permitting processes at this point. And we already talked about the One Nevada line in green on the right. From our perspective, transmission such as this is very important because it does allow us to import and export resources to our neighboring states. It creates what's called geographic diversity. Imports could be wind and hydro when Nevada is at night, essentially, when the sun's not shining. Exports could be solar and geothermal. Solar is always an issue because it generates during the day and not at night, and oftentimes it misses some of the peak hours of generation. These problems are being solved through co-locating batteries with solar. However, there's still potential that we could be doing what's called curtailment. Curtailment is when a generation resource is providing energy, but there are no users to accept that energy. And that is a bad situation because we are just sending energy to ground and not actually taking good advantage of it. In an export-import paradigm like we have here, we could actually use those resources more economically and efficiently. It creates reliability. So if there are thunderstorms over our solar resources in the state, we can access other resources outside of the state. On this map, it may be hard to see, but there are many ovals and circles and dashed lines showing renewable energy zones. Those are comprised of geothermal, wind, solar, and biomass potential resources. Much of the transmission that's been proposed touches on a lot of these resources or potential areas for resources. This is why transmissions is important, is to make sure that we fill in some of these holes as we were talking about on the map a couple slides ago, showing that we need to fill in some of these areas where we actually have really good zones that can provide clean, renewable energy to the state and to our neighbors. And this also addresses issues with greenhouse gas accounting. As many of you know, we have a 50% RPS mandate by 2030 and a zero greenhouse gas goal by 2050. Greenhouse gas accounting is going to become more and more important as we go forward over the next 30 years. Again, I'm not going to spend too much time on RTO's discussion here, but from WRA's perspective, transmission is very important, as I was just talking about, in ensuring clean energy resources flow in and out of the state. Decarbonization needs new transmission to reduce curtailments, as I was discussing. And this requires multi-state agreements and coordination to make a transparent, functional, and economically viable RTO. These are a short list of studies that look at regional grid expansion and market coordination and how important it is over the next 20 or 30 years. I believe that the Western Flexibility Study and the Utah State-Led Market Study are both linked on the NGOE's website, so those resources are available for you. NV Energy has done a lot of assessments in their most recent IRP and in their prior amendment looking at the GreenLink transmission lines. FERC also released a proposal in docket number RM21-17000 that was just released last week. It is about 475 pages, so it's not exactly a light amount of reading. However, if you have time, please read it and then get back to me with what is on page 475. The point is that it greatly expands states' role in transmission planning and cost allocation, and FERC is taking a lot of steps in the direction to make sure that we're taking on transmission in a much more serious manner and bringing in states. All right, that wraps up the presentation so far. Thank you for your time, and myself and Ken Wilson are here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Dyer, and thank you, Mr. Wilson. Do we have any questions from any members of the committee, of the task force? Do we have any questions up in Carson City, or I think the only person we have on the phone would be Ms. Carolyn Barbash. All right, I don't see any, but I do have a couple of questions, and thank you. That's a very clear and concise kind of overview for a 101. When I was envisioning what that would look like, it looks exactly like this. This is great, and this is a great resource, and it really distills this down to its essence. I just want to bring up a few things on your last slide before the question slide. So I'm not sure what number slide that is, but as you can see, and this is just really the tip of the iceberg of all the studies and academic work and research that's been done on the benefits and of a RTO or an ISO in the West and how that would affect Nevada and our surrounding states. So within Senate Bill 448, there's also the ability for this task force to commission a study if necessary. I think some of the folks who've served with me or have watched me in the legislature know how I feel about studies and task forces as well. But here we are, and so I don't know that that's necessarily something that we need to do. But just keep that in mind as members, that is something that we have the ability to do. And for me, it would seem about like it would be an aggregation of information more than a study, because so much good work has been done in our neighboring states. And some just recent stuff from Utah. It's on your slide. But we'll make sure that we have that stuff posted to the Office of Energy's website so that it's a resource that's available for the general public and for all the members of this task force and my peers in the legislature. So I did want to go. So going back to your slides on that really dealt with the thermal issues associated with the limitations with both really the conductor and all the information, all the components of a transmission of any electrical system. So you have the advanced, the ATT and the ATC. I'm going to switch to acronyms since you already defined them. And heat is kind of the primary resistance, and heat causing resistance and resistance. Heat causing resistance and the heat that is caused by resistance are the limiting factors to so many of these things. And you showed the undergrounding, and I'm glad you addressed that because a lot of folks bring that up all the time. It's cost prohibitive, and you need insulation and heat. You're really just dealing with heat at that point. There's the room temperature superconductivity work that's being done at UNLV right now, and I want to showcase that to the extent that I can, because it's really kind of changing the game as far as what's available, what we can do with materials, and I think it's just really interesting when I'm looking at a presentation like this where heat is really the limitation. It's what's causing the sag. It's what's having to size our conductors and limiting the distance and voltages that we can transmit electricity. And it's just really exciting to watch what's happening with superconductors and superconductivity here at the lab at UNLV. So I would urge anyone who's interested in the materials science behind this to see what they're doing over there at UNLV. That was more of just a plug for UNLV than a question, but that's what I do. So anybody else have any other questions for Mr. Dyer? All right, well, thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members.
Fabulous resource for us. This is great. I like this. Up next, we have, it's 10:35, and we're running kind of a little ahead of schedule, so I am going to move the break to after this next presentation, if that is okay with members of this task force. And our Deputy Attorney General said I could do it, so I'm doing it. I'm going to, and unless of course my next presenter is not ready. Up next we have Markets 101 with Mr. Maury Galbraith from WEEB, another acronym, Western Interstate Energy Board. And there he is. Good to see you this morning. And you can go ahead and get started whenever you're ready. We can see your slides on the screen. And please go ahead and get started, sir.
Thank you, Senator Brooks. Good morning, task force members. My name is Maury Galbraith. I'm the executive director at the Western Interstate Energy Board, and it's good to be with you this morning. See if I can advance. The Western Interstate Energy Board is an interstate compact agency that was created in 1970. To create the board, the U.S. Congress passed legislation authorizing the federal government to cooperate with the Western states And each of the 11 Western states passed identical legislation in each of their state capitals, and the board was created. The mission of the board is to promote energy policy that is developed through cooperative efforts of WEEB member states and provinces in collaboration with the federal government. The governors and premiers of each of the states and the 2 Canadian provinces appoint a member to the Western Interstate Energy Board. And in effect, WEEB is an instrumentality of the states. We work for the Western states. We take our direction and our guidance from the states. The current chair of the Western Interstate Energy Board is David Bobzian, who is the director of the governor's Office of Energy in Nevada. The vice chair is Cabinet Secretary Sarah Cottrell Probst from the New Mexico Energy, Minerals, and Natural Resources Department. So those are the leadership, that's the leadership of WEEB. And again, WEEB works to try and promote regional cooperation on all things energy in the West. One way that WEEB works to support cooperative efforts is by standing up technical committees and providing staff support to those committees. I've listed our current list of committees here. We have a high-level radioactive waste committee that works on the transportation of spent nuclear fuel and high-level radioactive waste across the Western states. We have a committee on regional electric power cooperation. This committee was created in 1982. It brings together the energy office officials that are on the Western Interstate Energy Board and the public utility regulators that are part of the Western Conference of Public Service Commissioners. So it's a committee that brings together energy office officials, state utility regulators. We meet twice a year and we talk about things like formation of a regional transmission organization in the West. We also have a committee that's called the Western Interconnection Regional Advisory Body, or WIRAB. WIRAB is again a state organization. There's the governors of the Western states and the Canadian provinces and of Baja, Mexico, appoint a representative to WIRAB, and WIRAB advises FERC, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, NERC, the North American Electric Reliability Corporation, and WEC, the Western Electricity Coordinating Council, on bulk electric system reliability in the West. So it's a reliability organization. In 2015, 2016, as was mentioned earlier, the California ISO stood up a energy imbalance market, and part of the governance framework for the California ISO EIM is a body of state regulators. So one regulator from every state that has a utility participating in the EIM has a representative on the BOSSR, and the BOSSR advises the California ISO energy imbalance market governing body on policy matters. And then lastly, we are currently in the process in the West of standing up a Western Resource Adequacy Program. This is going to be a program that's housed at the Western Power Pool, and they are in the process of standing up a committee of state representatives, or a COSR, to provide policy advice and direction to that resource adequacy program. So those are the efforts of the WEEB team and the WEEB staff. Again, we provide technical expertise and staff support, and we help the states guide energy policy in the West. All right, so that's who we are, and sort of my role as the executive director at WEEB. I want to now sort of transition into a discussion of regional transmission organizations or wholesale electricity market models in the West. And this is a difficult area for newcomers to sort of orient themselves in. We've had regional transmission organizations in North America for over 2 decades now. And I think the first instinct of people that are sort of new to this area, the first thing they want to do is they want to look around North America and sort of survey those different markets and determine, what works well and what needs improvement. And I think that's a good instinct, but it can be quite confusing and it's easy to get lost. So I'm going to try and simplify things for all of you, and hopefully this is a good way to enter this this space and this discussion. If you look across North America, there are a wide range or a wide spectrum of market models and RTOs. The terminology is quite complex and quite confusing, and there's also a wide range of sort of successes and failures. So I'm gonna sort of break this down. Starting on the left-hand side of this this matrix, there's a column labeled traditional bilateral market model. That's the traditional approach that we have had in the Western United States. Most of our utilities are vertically integrated monopoly utilities that are regulated by public service commissions or by municipal or city governing boards. These utilities own their generation, transmission, and distribution assets, and they earn a return on those investments if they're investor-owned utilities. The states tend to oversee the integrated resource planning and resource adequacy of these groups. Resource adequacy is a concept that says, do you have enough generating resources to satisfy the consumer's demand for energy? And then finally, under this traditional bilateral market model, these utilities, these vertically integrated monopoly utilities, buy and sell power through what's called bilateral transactions. They actually get on the phone and call each other and say, do you have anything to sell? We're interested in buying, or vice versa. So that's the traditional model. That's what's been in existence in the West for quite some time. In 2015, 2016, we made a significant shift in the West. As I said, the California ISO, or Independent System Operator, announced that it was creating an energy imbalance market. That's represented in the second column in this diagram. And a lot of utilities since that time have joined. I think over 80% of the electrical load in the Western United States is now participating in this energy imbalance market. The utilities remain vertically integrated. They continue to own their generation and transmission assets, and they continue to be subject to oversight by the Public Utility Commission in the form of integrated resource planning and resource adequacy. What is new with the shift from column 1 to column 2 is that these utilities are now participating in a real-time market for generation dispatch. This allows the utilities to access cheaper, cleaner energy that's outside of their footprint at low cost. This results in significant cost savings for the utility and for its customers, and it can also result in significant emissions reduction. So I think in general, most of the participants in the EIM view it as a success story, and that's the column that you should consider as the status quo. I think that's where we are today in the West. So then the real question becomes, well, where do we go next? And the two columns to the right, the third column and the fourth column, are different flavors of regional transmission organizations. And the distinction between the two is pretty important. When wholesale electricity markets or regional transmission organizations were first contemplated over 2 decades ago, the idea was we needed to increase competition, restructure the market, and move away from vertically integrated monopolies. And so one flavor of regional transmission organization is the column on the far right, where we've had a restructuring of the electricity industry in certain states. So the market in Texas is a good example of the restructured market model. The market in Alberta is a good example of the restructured electric market. Some of the eastern markets, one is referred to PJM, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Maryland ISO. Another one is the New England ISO. Those are all restructured market models or RTOs where they've forced the utilities to divest generation assets. They've moved to full retail choice. Merchant generators are responding to price signals to build and retire generating resources. And integrated resource planning is no longer in play. We've moved beyond central planning. We are now in sort of full competition. Those markets have, those are the eastern markets, and if you follow the discussion of their successes and failures, there's a rich literature out there on that section. Another RTO, however, doesn't go that far, isn't that radical in its change. And in my chart here, it's the third column, and it's shown as the joint dispatch market model, where you don't go all the way to full retail choice. You don't go all the way to forcing your utilities to divest generation assets. The utilities remain vertically integrated monopolies. They continue to own generation, transmission, distribution assets. They continue to be overseen by the state PUC. They continue to do integrated resource planning and focus on resource adequacy. However, what these markets do provide is they provide that real-time market that the energy imbalance market represents, but they go beyond that. They create a day-ahead market for unit commitment. They create the independent system operator does a footprint-wide planning reserve margin for resource adequacy, and then it provides a centralized place for transmission planning and transmission procurement. So the four items, the four bullets at the bottom of column 3, I think represent the real sort of functional differences between what we have had in the past in the West and what people are really looking to add to our market model in the West. So those four topics: real-time markets, day-ahead markets, planning reserve margins for resource adequacy, and transmission planning. I'm going to come back to those. Those are really the big 4 ticket items that you need to think about when you're thinking about market expansion in the West. So I said earlier that a natural starting place is to try and look around North America and assess the markets that are in existence. The article that is displayed here on the screen on the left is an article written by Tony Clark, a former commissioner at the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. It was written in 2017. And he has done just that. And I recommend people take a look at this article. It's fairly short and does a good job of cutting to the chase. But he looked around at all these different market models and talked about their successes and their failures. And the one clear takeaway from this article is what he called the one clear success of regional transmission organizations. That if you look across North America, there's really only one clear success that I think most people agree with. And that is that the security-constrained economic dispatch of a real-time market that allows the region to more efficiently utilize generation resources for the benefit of customers that is across a larger footprint than a single state or a single utility. That is a huge success. All states, including Nevada, can access this kind of market without surrendering their control over generation resource decisions. Commissioner Clark says, in fact, security-constrained economic dispatch paired with the stability of rate-based assets allows utilities to cover their costs over the asset's useful life. And this is what has demonstrated value time and again over the last 2 decades. So again, the concept here is you're pairing the the economics, the security constrained economic dispatch with the rate basing of monopoly utilities to sort of achieve success. And I think for the most part, this summarizes those four functional areas that I was talking about. That's why we're focused on those four areas in the West. And I think this is a clear success, a clear takeaway. And I think this is what most of the states and most of the utilities in the West are trying to do, figure out how to pair the benefits of the market with the benefits of regulation. So I want to come back to these four primary functions and just talk briefly about what they are and try and help provide a better understanding of what some of these concepts are. So again, the first function on the list is sort of a real-time electricity market. This is what we have with the energy imbalance market. It provides economic dispatch over a much wider footprint. So for example, the map on the left on this slide shows the 39 balancing areas or electric system operators in the Western interconnection. And if each of these operators are constrained to optimize their generation in their own little small footprints, right, the outcome isn't as efficient as it could be if we were to allow power to flow across some of these boundaries. So for example, today in most of the daylight hours in the state of California, there's surplus solar energy that can be exported out of California east into Nevada as far as Colorado. And there's real power cost savings and real emission savings from allowing power to flow in real time across all the boundaries that you see on the left. And so that's the energy imbalance market. It's, I think, recognized as a real success. The next item on the list here is a day-ahead market. And there's an awful lot of discussion in the West about creating a day-ahead market. Well, what's the concept here? What's the idea here? Well, before you can actually dispatch an electric generating unit, you need to make sure that you have turned it on. And there's some significant startup issues with large electric generating units. You need to warm them up and get them synchronized to the grid in advance. And you need some advanced preparation to do that. These day-ahead markets do just that. So currently what we have in the West, even with the benefits of the EIM, is that we have each of the 39 operators that are shown on the map deciding a day ahead which generating units they're going to turn on. And they're very risk averse. They want to keep the lights on. And so they err in the direction of turning on resources. And what we have currently is probably an awful lot of combined cycle natural gas units running in these areas. And for the most part, a lot of them are running at low levels of output. And so we could achieve some real economic efficiencies and probably some emissions reductions if we optimized which resources we turn on day ahead. And so there's real significant efforts in the West, both at the California ISO and with the Southwest Power Pool, to develop a day ahead market to achieve those cost savings. The third item on the list that I've suggested is, a big item that's in play in the West is reserve margins, planning reserve margins for resource adequacy. So in the Western interconnection, we have in recent years retired a significant amount of coal-fired generation. Probably over 10,000 megawatts of coal-fired generation has come offline. And for the most part, we have not replaced that generation with one-for-one capacity. We've been adding a lot of solar and a lot of wind, but resource adequacy is becoming an issue across the West. Do you have enough supply, enough capacity to meet the needs of your customers? And so one thing that a regional transmission organization can do is plan for capacity over a wider footprint. So for example, utilities that build capacity in the Pacific Northwest tend to be winter peaking utilities. Utilities in the desert Southwest tend to be summer peaking utilities. Instead of each building capacity to meet their own non-coincident peak loads, they can share capacity. And during the winter, the southern utilities can send capacity and energy to the Pacific Northwest, and during the summer, those utilities in the Pacific Northwest can send capacity and energy to the desert Southwest. And that's a win-win for both of those regions. It cuts down on the pretty extreme costs of building electric generating capacity. And so there's a lot of effort, as I said earlier, at the Western Power Pool to develop a resource adequacy program for the West to achieve those cost savings and to achieve the reliability benefits from ensuring that you have sufficient capacity. Then the fourth item on the list is sort of consolidated transmission planning and procurement. This is something that RTOs do. It's recognized as a large benefit, but I think we heard earlier that transmission is really the backbone of all of these markets. It's really what facilitates all of these market transactions, results in all these cost savings, results in all these emissions reductions. And so transmission is the backbone, but there's a question of where transmission needs to be built and who gets to build it. And so it's a hotly debated topic in these market expansion discussions in the West. So again, those are the four, I think, issues that are in play in Western market discussions, and I hope that gives you a better sense of what the underlying issue is in each of those areas. I want to talk briefly about the goals of market expansion. 2 decades ago, when the federal government and states were considering market expansion and creating RTOs and ISOs, there was really one goal in mind, and that was, we want to lower our utility power costs and keep rates low for consumers. And so a lot of those markets that you see created in, Texas, Alberta, and back east were really focused on driving to lower cost outcomes for customers. And so least cost has been a goal for quite some time. But as Tony Clark discusses in that paper that I mentioned earlier, we are now seeing other goals that are being brought to this market expansion discussion. People want improved reliability. People see these markets as a means of providing decarbonization to spread the renewable energy around the footprint, around the West. And they're also looking at some of the transparency benefits from having centralized planning and centralized procurement. So the point that I want to make here is that we've entered a space where there's competing goals and objectives, and not all the states in the West share all of these goals and objectives. Some want markets for their least cost aspects, for the cost savings that they achieve for customers. Some states want it for that, but they also want it for decarbonization and clean energy goals. And so that creates complexity. It creates the potential for conflict. The map that I show on the left-hand side here is the footprint of the Western Resource Adequacy Program that is being stood up. And it shows that the footprint covers an awful lot of territory in the Western interconnection. It does not include California because there's already a resource adequacy program in existence in California. But what you see is I think what can be achieved when there's common goals and common objectives. Most of the states, most of the utilities recognize that there was a resource adequacy program, a resource adequacy challenge that we had in the West, and that we needed to stand up a resource adequacy program. And in a short amount of time, just in the last 2 years, we've stood up a program, and we're on the verge of a filing at the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. So common goals can help is the message I wanted to deliver here. Finally, I wanted to talk about some of the efforts that you should all be aware of and that you might want to pay attention to. I've listed them on the right. There's the California ISO is working on their extended day ahead market initiative. There's an awful lot of workshops going on and an awful lot of written material that you can have access to there. The Southwest Power Pool is working on a Markets Plus initiative to try and develop a day-ahead market in the Rocky Mountain front area of Colorado and Wyoming. Again, they're holding an awful lot of workshops on how to design that market with an awful lot of input from the utilities in the states. I've already mentioned that the Western Power Pool is standing up a Western Resource Adequacy Program. And then there's an additional group out there. There's a group of utilities that have announced that they're going to work together on a market exploratory group. So no shortage of activity on RTO expansion in the West. A couple of the big questions are, which of those four functions that I talked about earlier are we going to include in our market design? Are we going to, I think it's pretty clear we're going to have a real-time market and energy imbalance market. Do we add a day-ahead market? That seems like something that most states, most utilities are interested in. Do we add a resource adequacy? Well, yes, maybe, but it might be in a separate program provided by a separate entity. And do we go all the way to consolidated transmission planning and transmission procurement? There's a lot of discussion about that. So there's a discussion about which functions are included in the regional market that's created. And then there's also a question about what the ultimate footprint is going to be. So the chart on the left shows the status quo, where you have an awful lot of utilities with their own individual footprints. You see on the right-hand side of that graphic that there's talk of one market that covers the entire Western interconnection. That would certainly be wonderful. But there's also talk about sort of a two-market outcome in the West and there's two different versions of that. One of the two-market outcomes is a lot of people joining an expanded market that's provided by the California ISO. That's two-market B. That's the option at the bottom in red. And then there's another possibility where California remains on its own and the rest of the West creates a market kind of along the footprint of the Western Resource Adequacy Program. So that's sort of giving you a peek into sort of the competition that's going on out there. So I want to end with just talking about the role of the Western Interstate Energy Board. Again, it's pretty clear in our discussions of this issue that, look, states are being asked to give up their traditional ways of utility regulation. We're going to change how we regulate utilities in the West. And I think one of the best examples of that is the Western Resource Adequacy Program. One of the questions that came up there is, should states give up control over resource adequacy to achieve some cost savings, to reduce some capital cost savings to their customers, and to achieve reliability benefits? And I think that's a live question. And it's how much control and which kind of control is important in that discussion. And which leads to the next bullet, which is, what we're giving up here in terms of regulatory oversight is often not commensurable in dollars and cents with what's being gained, right? Customer cost savings, reliability benefits. And so that makes it quite complex and quite difficult to grapple with. It's going to require some real creative thinking and some real creative rationality to make the decision to make that leap. And it's not just as simple as asking for an additional study on the costs and benefits of joining a market. It goes beyond that. It goes into these areas of regulatory oversight. So the Western Interstate Energy Board will continue to work with the states. Again, we are an instrumentality of the states. We work for the states to explore these complex regulatory and market trade-offs. And I just want to leave you with two of WEEB's recent contributions to this space. The article on the left, I think you've already discovered. It was a study that we did back in 2019 that was a Western flexibility assessment. The conclusion of that study in a nutshell is that we need markets in the West if we are going to achieve our clean energy goals. The study on the right, which is titled The Implications of a Regional Resource Adequacy Program for Utility Integrated Resource Planning, really gets into that question of what would states be giving up oversight of if their utilities joined a regional RA program. And so we hope to do more work similar to these efforts in the future. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have, and I really thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Galbraith. And we will, the Western Flexibility Assessment is up on the Governor's Office of Energy website, but we're going to add that second piece, that second study, as well as the study that you referenced from Tony Clark, that 2017 work, which is still very relevant. We're going to add that as well to the to the Governor's Office of Energy website. Appreciate you referencing that. Do we have any questions for Mr. Galbraith from any of the members of the committee? Mr. Wachowski.
Thank you. For the record, Eric Wachowski. Going back to slide 5, you referenced the one clear success, the Tony Clark study. I was kind of looking at that slide. I just said, the second paragraph says, all states can access this without surrendering their control over resource decisions. Does that kind of go to the heart? I mean, is the idea behind that is a state could ensure they have resources to meet their needs, but then they could participate in a market to, if there's economic power available, they could do it. But if they have resources available during peak need, they can meet their peak. Is that kind of what's meant there? Or?
Yeah, correct. What's meant there is that state legislatures could continue to enact legislation that required, that established a renewable portfolio standard and created percentage requirements for renewable energy. State legislatures could mandate things like battery storage. They could take those kinds of actions and not be in conflict with the regional market. The states could also just continue along sort of current lines of using integrated resource planning, sort of leaving the resource decisions to their local utilities and the Public Utility Commission to oversee, and that the decisions that were made at that level would still be effective, and the utility still invest in the generation that's needed to meet those mandates or meet those IRP goals. One thing that you see in the eastern markets is that states have sort of given up that ability, and you even see some states going to court these days trying to get some of that authority back so that they can enact things like demand response programs or try and retain nuclear generating facilities that are struggling. And so, what Tony Clark is saying there is that it's really this idea of pairing the economics of the market with retaining the monopoly utilities and the oversight of those monopoly utilities that allows the states to still have a role to play in which generating resources get planned for and get built. So I hope that helps.
Yes, it does. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Ms. Tierney-Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Galbraith. I had a question for you on slide 7, where you show the current RAP area to date. And for those states that are highlighted in that dark gray color, how do those states indicate participation in the RAP? Is there some formal process to designate that participation?
So excellent question. So the Western Resource Adequacy Program is currently being developed, and what the map shows is the utilities. It shows states in which utilities have been participating in that design, are providing funding that's assisting with that design, and are sort of providing an early indication that they would be interested in joining that program. So for example, Nevada Energy has been involved in the discussions at the Western Power Pool on the design of that resource adequacy program. And they've indicated that they have an interest in joining. That's what that map is meant to illustrate. So there's utilities in each one of those states that are shaded in dark there that have indicated an interest in participating in that program.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, may I ask a follow-up question? On the slide number 9, where you're talking about the compromise of utility oversight versus a regional determination for resource adequacy, does that include reserve margin, determination of reserve margin, and does it also include definition of resource adequacy? Would it be both of those components?
Yeah, so that's a great question again. So with this regional resource adequacy program, one thing that the states would sort of relinquish their authority to do would be minimum level of resource adequacy. In other words, the regional entity, the Western Power Pool, would do a study. They would set the planning reserve margin for that large footprint. And then all of the utilities that are participating in that program would have to meet that level of capacity procurement. They could go bigger than that. You can always go super reliable, but the regional entity, the Western Power Pool, would be setting the minimum level of capacity that utilities must have to remain part of that program. And so, but importantly, what is not determined at the regional level or by that regional entity is the type of resources that are used to meet that minimum requirement. A state could still determine that it wants to use solar, wind, and batteries to meet that minimum level of capacity, or alternatively, they could determine that they want to use natural gas, electricity generating, natural gas generators to meet that minimum level of capacity. That's what I mean by the states would still have a say in which resources are built, maybe not necessarily the quantity, although like I said, what the regional entity would do is just set a minimum. States could always go beyond that if they wanted to be super reliable or super compliant. So I hope that helps.
It does. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions? Oh, Ms. Wagner.
Hey, Maury, it's Rebecca Wagner. It's good to see you. I just thought I would give you an opportunity to plug your 2 meetings a year, one starting next week in San Diego. Just maybe explain a little bit what those meetings are. They're a great opportunity to learn more. I'm thinking of ways to build up our resources and information for our task force.
Thank you, Rebecca. Always looking for an opportunity to do that. So as I mentioned earlier, we have 2 committees, CREPC and YRAB. CREPC works with energy office officials and utility regulators on improving the economic efficiency of the Western grid, and YRAB works on the reliability of the Western grid. Those 2 committees host 2 meetings a year, one in the spring and one in the fall, where we bring together state energy office officials, state utility regulators from each state in the West, and we meet for 2.5 days, and we talk about emerging issues in the West. Transmission and market expansion are 2 big issues we've been talking, and resource adequacy for that matter is a 3rd big issue that we've been talking about for multiple years. Our spring 2022 meeting is next week. We're going to spend a better part of a day talking about transmission, and then at least a half a day talking about RTO expansion in the West. We've got utility regulators and energy office directors from all 11 Western states and British Columbia coming to the meeting. And the meetings are free. There's no charge to attend. They're open. And the agenda is available on our website. So thank you, Rebecca.
Thank you. And I think, the website is listed. Looking on your slides, is your website listed here on the slides for the reference of the committee?
Western Energy Board, all those three words just smushed together at westernboard.org.
All right, just like your email address, right on. All right, appreciate it. Any other questions from the committee for Mr. Galbraith? All right, well, thank you. I really appreciate that. This is a great resource to start our conversation. This coupled with the kind of Transmission 101, I think is, well, it's exactly what I was hoping we would get. I mean, this is a really concise, very concise kind of foundation on where we're at and what's on the table.
Mr. Chair.
So I appreciate that. And
Mr. Chair.
Thank you for joining us today. And that what we can close this agenda item and we can move on to the next agenda item, which is a break. And so it is right now 11:20.
Mr. Chair,
and if
I'm
we
so
could
sorry.
take a, let's say a 30-minute break and be very, it's exactly 11:20, 30-minute break, be very promptly back in our seats at 11:50. And we can then go into our next, our next agenda item, which is a current state of transmission in Nevada and the West. And we'll have NV Energy, LS Power, Grid Alliance, and NextEra Energy Transmission, and TransCanyon all making presentations about where we actually are right now with those plans and projects and existing assets here in the state of Nevada. So 11:50. Talk to you in a few minutes. All right, thank you. Call this meeting back to order. And next on our agenda is a presentation on the current state of transmission in Nevada and the West. And I identified 4 different groups that I wanted to talk to us about this, because they're groups that are active in the state, actively operating transmission systems in our state, as well as developing new transmission systems in our state, or developing new transmissions in our state that would play a role in what a regional transmission system would look like in Nevada. And so it's by no means all of the parties that are operating in the state, but it's the ones that I felt kind of were the most pertinent for this conversation that we're having today. And it's going to be NV Energy, LS Power, Grid Alliance, and NextEra Energy Transmission, as well as TransCanyon Group. And I'm going to start this presentation, the presentations off with NV Energy, and we have with us today to present Task Force member Carolyn Barbash. And so she's on Zoom right now, and we have their presentation is loaded into the meeting materials for today's meeting on the Governor's Office of Energy website. And so, Ms. Barbash, whenever you are ready, you can get started, and I can see you on the screen.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Brooks. Let me you can see my presentation?
We can. Looks perfect.
Okay. So as Senator Brooks said, NV Energy is a large transmission provider in the state of Nevada. And I will just dive right in and thank you to Mari from Western Interstate Energy Board and the Western Resource Advocacy Group for covering a lot of things. So I can be very respectful of folks' time here, hopefully, and get through this presentation a little quicker. They did an excellent job setting the foundation. Just a little bit about NV Energy. Long history here in the state of Nevada. We have the privilege of serving 1.5 million customers across 46,000 square miles. That's our service territories. Our transmission territory is probably closer to 80 or 90,000 square miles, just to give you an idea. And that 1.5 million customers does not include the nearly, 56 million annual tourists we have coming to our state. So it's really more than 1.5 million. We also have, and you'll see in this little pink area here, a natural gas service territory in northern Nevada that's approaching about 200,000 customers now. We do provide a lot of economic benefits to the state currently. Besides the 2,300 members of our NV Energy team that we employ full-time, we provide a lot of other economic benefits to Nevada in the form of jobs. We hire a lot of contractors in the form of revenue. We purchase a lot of materials and supplies throughout the state with Nevada-based vendors. And we are the second highest property tax payer in the state, just to name a few things that we contribute to. And just a little bit on our price and value. I don't need to spend a lot of time on this because this really isn't the subject. It's the end result, hopefully, to even reduce this more and make this look better. But we're about 50% below the California rates or more, 54%. 4.4% of the mountain states, like Utah, that area. And then we are 19.2% lower than the national average. So we're pretty lucky here in Nevada to have some, NV Energy working hard to keep the rates low, as well as blessed with some really good resources in the form of renewables, solar, geothermal. We know in NV Energy, the cost of goods are increasing more than we ever thought they would in the cost of living everywhere. So we're doing our best, even though our fuel prices are going up, to do everything to keep prices as low as possible. And we also offer a lot of, if you go to my account on your NV Energy account, if you happen to be a customer, a lot of flexible service payments, either for convenience or to get through financial hardships. Whatever the reason be, you can really customize how you want your invoices sent and how you want your bill pay set up. We've been a long supporter of renewable energy. About the time I came as a student intern, which was a long time ago, to the company, we were investing in our first geothermal plants. That really gave an infusion to the renewable industry as far as having the dollars to work on that technology and continue to make it better and better and bring prices lower and lower. And then our state's been great advocates of renewable energy as well. In the last session of the legislature, Senate Bill 358 passed and requires a 50% energy service to our customers by 2030. We're positioned to beat that, and we're ahead of it to meet our target in 2030. It goes incrementally, so 50% by 2030, but every year the portfolio requirement increases. And in 2021, NV Energy already achieved a 30.7 RPS, and the goal for 2021 was 24%. So we're well on target to achieve that. Our current portfolio consists of 57 various forms, I won't read them to you, of renewable energy plants all around the state, marked by the dots on this map over here. We're also investing and supporting energy storage solutions. We have 1,500 megawatts of utility scale storage currently under development. We're asking for more in our resource plans. And this is really imperative when our most abundant natural resource in this state happens to be solar, to be able to have that storage to supply energy and electricity needs at night when the sun isn't shining or when we get a big cloud cover during the day even. As far as emissions reduction, which is a big reason for a lot of the renewable energy investments that we're making, we have reduced our carbon footprint 50% since 2005. We don't have any more coal plants serving the southern Nevada area. And we recently had approved 2 new solar plants, and their goal of those is to replace our Valmy plant, which will be the last coal plant serving northern Nevada. We plan to retire that in 2025. And those 2 plants, Iron Point Solar and Hot Pot Solar, are right there using that existing transmission infrastructure to connect right into the Valmy plant and replace that supply. Now kind of on to the meat of what this committee's task is really looking at. I want to go over just the lay of the land, which a lot of folks already have done on our existing transmission system here in Nevada. We currently have the ability to import 1,275 megawatts into northern Nevada, and our tie lines currently consist of this line here. It's a 345 kV line coming into, it's actually here, sorry, a 345 kV line coming in from Bonneville Power into Reno, Nevada, starts in Southern Oregon, ends up, in the North Reno areas, connects at Hilltop up here down into our border town substation here, and it's capable of shipping 300 megawatts north or south from that line. We also have an interconnection over here to Idaho Power, and it's up here it starts up here in Midpoint. It's also a 345 kV line, starts up there in the Twin Falls area of Idaho and comes down and finally interconnects into our Valmy substation with a stop at Humboldt over here. It is capable of 300 megawatts out of our system, and, oh, I'm sorry. I need my reading glasses today. 360 megawatts out of our system and 500 megawatts into our system. Then we've got an interconnection over here to Utah that has two 230 kV lines coming out of it. We can get 235 megawatts in on that path, and or 370 in and 235 out from Gonder, using both these 230 kV ties. One of them goes off into the Intermountain Power partners, which include LA, Anaheim, Burbank, Glendale, Pasadena, Riverside, all those Southern California municipalities, and LADWP. And then this lower one goes over to connect to Pacific Corp Eastern Service Territory at Mona. And then we've got the line that LS, we own partly with LS, that was mentioned earlier, that went into service in late 2014. The first 500 kV interconnection, or the first interconnection between Northern and Southern Nevada. That line provides a lot of benefits in the form of being able to allow joint dispatch between the two ends of the state, lots of diversity, seasonal diversity, resource diversity. Really saved our customers a lot of money, which we pass all the savings through to. With that line, it's provided a lot of ability to share reserves as well. In Southern Nevada currently, we have the ability to import into that area 5,200 megawatts, which is more than we usually use between internal generation and outside generation, but we do rely heavily on it during that needle 105, 110 degree weather, that needle peak weather, when we see our loads, pretty much double from the mild parts of the year, or even triple. And we have a lot of interconnections here. We've got, and including the one, in addition to the online transmission line up to Northern Nevada, we have a line over again to our Pacific Corp Eastern Service Territory in Utah, not ours, but our sister company. And that's capable of importing 600 megawatts. This is an old map that should say 600 megawatts in, and 500 out. Sorry about that, 580 out. And then we also have a tie that goes all the way down here from Southern area at Navajo, interconnecting the Navajo plant, all the Navajo parties. It interconnects at the Crystal substation in Las Vegas, and over on into Utah as well, where it interconnects with some of our other Navajo parties. LADWP operates that system, but LADWP, SRP, APS, there's a lot of partners in that transmission system and that generating plant. And then finally, we have a very large cut plane in Southern Nevada here, with 3 sets of interties. It's actually a set of 21 transmission lines, capable of exporting 4,500 megawatts approximately, and importing almost 4,000 megawatts, give or take 100 megawatts on both of those. So that's sort of the lay of the land on the existing transmission system and capabilities in Nevada. Even though that sounds robust, it is the hole in the donut goes as far as sharing regional resources. So it's adequate currently, although we're fully subscribed in Northern Nevada on our transmission system, meaning there's no more capacity and some needs to get built soon. But if we want to share resources and be able to transport resources across the region, we are the hole in the donut. And now my favorite part, my favorite project, which I spend a lot of time on getting, securing the permits and approvals and lining up the budgets and materials for, is our GreenLink transmission project. This project consists of about 700 miles, over 700 miles of new transmission. It has this new 500 kV line. It will be our second interconnection between northern and southern Nevada, called Greenlink West from Yerington down into Las Vegas. And then our Greenlink North project, which spans from Yerington over to Ely. This is going to create a very nice triangle, which if you went to Electrical Engineering 101 is a nice closed circuit, where if you lose any one of these, you can still get power to all the same places, albeit at a reduced capacity, but you can still deliver supply to all of those points of delivery, which is really important, especially with the natural disasters that we're trying to protect against, and wildfire. If one of those lines were to go out, it would be out of service until we could get the supply chain orders of new poles and new conductors to rebuild it. So it's growing ever more important. The Greenlink project also consists of 3 345 kV lines going into northern Nevada, where there's a lot of high growth, a lot of companies that want to locate and be served by very low carbon or no carbon resources. So all these things work together to help us get on that path to deliver our customers' needs. This section of the line won't be in until 2028, December 2028, which is record speed for a transmission project. And this is light speed here. This Greenlink West and the 345s plan to be in service by 2026. And so why are we doing this project? It's really going to transform the way Nevada looks as a renewable leader, not that we aren't already, but in several ways. It's going to unlock, both these lines here were carefully designed along renewable energy zones. So it's going to unlock a lot of renewable energy development that doesn't have access to the grid at all today. There is a 230 kV line, to be fair, that does exist between Ely and Yerington, but it is fully subscribed. There is no more capacity to connect or serve load or connect any more resources to it. So this will help get us some of that solar development, even a little bit of geothermal along this path. It's going to include 2 renewable collector stations. This line will include another renewable interconnection collector station. And along the Greenlink North path, there's, again, a lot of geothermal, some solar, and some wind. So we'll really have the ability to interconnect new resources, share those resources within the state, north and south, meet our RPS, continue to reduce carbon goals, include some storage facilities along with that, and get us a long way there. It's also going to generate some economic stimulation, which, as we know, we're still coming back from the results of the pandemic in a state that's highly dependent on the service industry. And so it's been projected by a respected economic firm in the state, Applied Analytics, to generate almost 700 million in economic activities. And this is just during the construction period, create about 4,000 good paying jobs in the form of, construction, materials, electricians, linemen, and they're very good jobs. And that's going to be probably over a 10-year period. And that doesn't include the renewable development that would occur and provide steady, long-term, permanent jobs here in Nevada, and what economic development can do in these rural areas just to create other businesses that can sustain themselves, as we supply them with better electricity, better reliability, and even some, maybe even some additional broadband facilities will become available. Well, I know they will be. How we'll provide that service or how we'll offer that service to others is yet to be determined, but There's just so many good things about this infrastructure being in the States, along with the property taxes in these rural counties as well. All this is just really going to help. And then my favorite reason is to improve reliability and transfer capacity, because I am an engineer, and that's our job at NV Energy, is to provide safe and reliable service. Again, the redundancy that this system provides to the online, which provides $1 million a year, 20 million a year in joint dispatch benefits. It's going to help us stay more involved in the energy imbalance market, which you've heard about. When this line goes out today, the online right here, we have to be suspended from that market, which provides, I'll get into the benefits that that market provides, but provides great benefits and savings to our customers. So we don't want to have to do that. And there's lots of reasons why we get suspended from the market, but it really has to do with having to operate as two systems instead of one, and results not solving when we get our dispatch signals. And of course, lower cost energy, because renewable prices are coming down and down and down. And we'll also hopefully eventually, when some other projects, and I'll go into those in a minute, or TransCanyon and Grid Alliance and LS certainly will, but we're really seeing a lot of interest in interconnecting regional projects to this Robinson Summit substation. So, you know, we have a lot of solar, geothermal in our state. What we don't have the best quality wind or hydro. Water's not, you know, very abundant in Nevada. So getting connected to the Northwest better and to the states to the east of us should help with that, and help us to be able to really generate some economic activity from our abundant solar supplies. Okay, and here's where we are on the status of GreenLink. NV Energy requested that the GreenLink West and the 345 lines be approved by the Public Utilities Commission back in July of 2020. We also filed our BLM applications for both GreenLink West and GreenLink North at that time. And then in March of 2021, the Utilities Commission approved the GreenLink West projects and permitting of the GreenLink North project. In July, Governor Sisolak signed the Omnibus Energy Bill, sponsored by Senator Brooks, and that requires NV Energy to include in its infrastructure plan the GreenLink North project. And so we did that as required by the legislation, and we filed an amendment to our resource plan to begin construction on GreenLink North and complete it by 2028. And that filing was approved in January of 2022. So the GreenLink projects are fully approved to move towards construction, which is great news for Nevada's environment, Nevada's economy, our energy prices, you name it, our reliability. That's where the legislative and regulatory process are. As far as the permitting process goes, I don't expect you to read this. The most important thing on this map is on this page, is that you can find everything you want to know about the current status of the environmental permits that the BLM is working on for us for the projects, and see that they are on track to issue a record of decision by July of 2023, which should enable us to have our right-of-way grants before 2024, so that we can start a 2-year construction period on GreenLink West. GreenLink North will have a separate schedule, very much like GreenLink West, but it's being handled as a separate application due to the different in-service dates. And just to touch on where we are, and I will take these market initiatives from where Nevada's participation lies, since Mari did a great job explaining what each of the efforts are up to and the basics of regional markets. I'll try to give you the status update of where NV Energy and Nevada are in their participation. I don't really need to cover this except to say there's a lot of talk about what is a wholesale market. And it's not that Nevada and that this white area doesn't have an organized market. It's just that it's a bilateral wholesale market, which means buyers and sellers get together. It's sort of like an over-the-counter stock market, if you will, and decide on the price. It's not as transparent. It's not as liquid as an organized market where there's clearing prices and congestion management, which is what the colored zones of the United States have. The white space here and in the Southeast trades bilaterally, primarily still, with the exception that most of the West has joined the real-time short-term energy imbalance markets or the Southwest Power Pool real-time market. Organized markets, as opposed to bilateral markets, are usually bid-based, and they have day-ahead markets, real-time, and ancillary services, which are all the things you need to have energy actually delivered, like voltage and frequency support and all those things. It minimizes the cost because it has the mathematical algorithms to optimize the generation and supply over a larger footprint instead of the sub-optimation of it within, like right now we do it for just Nevada. If there were a organized wholesale market in a regional scope, there would be a market operator optimizing the dispatch from resources all in a broader region as a whole. And that's usually very cost effective, and you get a lot of scale benefits from that. Right now, all the RTOs and ISOs in the United States, those colored areas, use a form of congestion management, locational marginal pricing. So they don't just use the physical rights and allow scheduling up to there. They use pricing to limit the pass to a secure level. And you can bid in your pricing, and the prices to each location are based on how much transmission is available and the price of the supply getting there. They also include, besides the market functions, they include some reliability functions, regional transmission planning for the future, one balancing area, and program to manage resource adequacy in the real time all the way into long-term resources. So with the first market that NV Energy joined in 2015, that's been really a large benefit to our customers, and its continued expansion. It should have 22 active participants by 2023. NV Energy here and Pacific Corp here and over here were the first utilities to join this real-time market. And since then, it's really expanded. And NV Energy's customers to date have benefited by the tune of $164 million, which is why we don't like getting suspended from that market, so that we can continue to always share those benefits or pass straight through those benefits to our customers. And on a regional basis, all over the footprint, and granted, it's grown over time, but since its inception, when Pacific Corp joined in 2014, it's provided regional benefits of $2.1 billion. That's just, that's just a real-time market. That's not an RTO. That's an imbalance market that makes up for shortages or overages on resources. So imagine what you could do if you went into a long-term market with the full bells and whistles of services. And the way they reduce those costs is by having better renewable integration management for these intermittent resources, because diversity can really help with that. Wind can offset solar. The different time zones help The different seasons help on the load profiles, and just better utilization of the transmission system to share these resources. And the California ISO, which operates the Western Energy Imbalance Market, is looking to take that next step with its day-ahead market, called the Energy Day-Ahead Market, EDAM, to define the acronym there. And it would, again, would be a voluntary participation, and should allow for additional savings that I mentioned before for fuel and purchase power, basically sharing the resources, more optimized dispatch, not just on a real-time basis, but the day ahead, so you could plan better, not to even bring a unit online the next day. Now, when the real-time market does that today, it's really just by, you have to commit your units, you have to supply your load, but if you misforecast your load and you're short, you can buy from the energy imbalance market. Or vice versa, you can sell into it if you over forecasted your available resources and under forecast your load. So, but that would allow you to plan to do that on a better basis into the day ahead. It's not equivalent, like I said earlier, because to a full bells and whistles RTO or ISO, because it doesn't have the transmission planning to get more transmission transfer capability to optimize those benefits even more. It's going to take more transmission capacity, and that's what an RTO or ISO would bring, is that ability to plan your resources and the delivery of those resources on a long-term basis. Again, it's not, as Mari was saying, intended to take state regulatory authority over. It's merely a day-ahead trading market that would supplement the bilateral trades that go on. And the current status of this is right now, the California ISO will be issuing its first initial proposal at the end of this month, April 28th. And then we're going to have it's a series of comments that should be wrapped up, and hopefully have a meeting in May to go over all those comments, and then final comments due in June, with the ultimate goal of eventually having commitments from the parties, whether they want to participate in this market and going live sometime in 2024. NV Energy is watching this. We'll evaluate it. We'll review all the proposals that come out. We'll participate in the comments, see how the costs and benefits work out for our customers. And if we think they do and decide that it's a good thing, then we would request PUC and approval. But there's no final decision there, and the market wouldn't go live until 2024. So got a little bit of time there. Another program that we are participating in is the Western Resource Adequacy Program. Common approach, as Mari said, to measure loads and resources, allocate resource requirements amongst the participants, and really look at ways where we can unlock and access more investment savings by sharing these resources. We are participating in the non-binding process, non-financially binding, which will just really give all the members practice in 2022, summer 2022, all the way through the winter of 2023, to make sure this works, to see if we make any tweaks to this, and anticipate it being fully functional by 2024, where the settlements are financially binding. So I think this is a really good way to maintain state authority over resource mix, but also find some savings for our customers. And the Resource Adequacy Program has really come to a really good governance solution that all parties are behind. The other effort that's going on is provided by the Southwest Power Pool. And they are the market. If I had that map up again, you could see the market to the east of the white space, for lack of a better way of just, it's the white space between California, the white space, and then there's SPP over to the east. And they currently run a full RTO, for their companies. And they've also run a real-time market, just like very similar to what the California ISO runs for the Western states. They are proposing a separate market, SPP Markets Plus, which is more in the line of incremental market services, which is what the West is interested in, going an incremental approach to a full RTO, where members could join and participate in a day ahead, a real time, maybe even later on some resource adequacy and reliability coordinator services. And we're involved in evaluating that as well. It would have, I believe the proposal right now is an independent governance board for the members that want to participate in the SPP Markets Plus efforts. And so all across the West in that white space, members are looking at EDAM, participating in the Western Resource Adequacy Program and evaluating SPP Markets Plus, really to determine what's best for their customers, as NV Energy is doing, as our state regulators are doing, as our Office of Energy is doing. And the final effort I want to talk about as far as Nevada's participation in markets is a group of 14 utilities. Like I say, now you can see this map in between the organized market of California and the organized market of SPP. And we're exploring market services on an incremental basis, once again, that could best benefit our states. And we may, the intent is we have a lot of existing markets to steal from or tweak a little bit to make more appropriate for these Western states. And whether they be used to shape some of our proposals on the SPP Markets Plus or the governance of the California ISO day ahead market, or whether it's a greenfield RTO remains to be seen. But it's a really good effort facilitated by Utilicast, and there's work streams going on how to create a day ahead market, real-time market, and ancillary service market to begin with, and possibly take that into a cost benefit study as well. But that's where Nevada is on its energy market efforts. And with that, I think I can open it up to questions.
Thank you, Ms. Barbash, and thank you for the presentation. There's a lot there and a lot of clarity on what we're doing and the status of Nevada and NV Energy. I noticed that we were joined in the audience by a guest, and joining us is, and I just want to interrupt really quickly, joining us is Governor Sisolak, who you referenced in signing Senate Bill 448 that kind of created the whole purpose for us being here today. So, Governor, thank you for stopping in on this committee, this task force meeting, and thank you for your support of the bill that got us here.
Senator, thank you very much. Turn this on. I'm not used to this. For the record, Steve Sisolak, I know that's how you have to do this in all your testimony. Thanks for letting me...
Please spell your name, sir.
Sure. Thank you for letting me interrupt your meeting and break in a little bit here. I just stopped down from my office to say thank you when I saw that you're meeting here. This is extremely important to us, the transmission, and the fact that you're here today and working on this, that the bill that Senator Brooks brought forward, which I'm really proud we got in the last legislative session, and it made a big difference. And the interest that you're taking and the rules you're promulgating and bringing forward for the next legislative session is going to be very helpful for all of us. So we really appreciate it. I didn't want to interrupt NV Energy's question and answer period here, but I did want to say thank you for all that you do on a regular basis. I know everybody's got busy schedules, but you took the time to be here today and to participate in this, which is important for all of us. And we appreciate your contributions and goals that you've got to get to, and I'm sure that the chair is going to work to get you up there. So I've got my team here, and I appreciate that, David, and thank you for having me. That's it.
Well, thank you, sir. Thank you for your support of the bill and the task force, and thank you for stopping in and say hello.
Good. Anytime I'm upstairs and you're down here, I'll look to stop in if you can. Appreciate it. Thanks,
We'll try to-
everybody.
we'll try
Have a
to
great
keep-
day.
We'll try to keep it down here, not just
Okay, yeah, you're making a lot of noise. We heard it coming upstairs. That's what the problem was. Thanks, everybody. Have a great day.
Thank you. All right. Do we have any questions from the members of the task force for Ms. Barbash on NV Energy's presentation? Mr. Wachowski.
Thank you. For the record, Eric Witkowski. Just a quick question on the Western Markets Exploratory Group. Is there any timetable or kind of a date maybe that there would be some conclusions or?
Yes, there is. We're pretty much on the same time frame of the CAISO decisions on their day-ahead market, as well as the SPP Markets Plus decisions. So not implementation, but commitments. And that's really so that the members and the utilities and the states can, in my hope, really determine for themselves what's best for their customers, what footprint, what market design. So, hopefully we'll have a cost benefit study started in 2023 and be rolling forward with that.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Any other questions for, go ahead, Mr. Hansen, please.
For the record, Eric Hansen. Hi, Carolyn. It's great to see you. Quick question going back to one of the slides, slide number 9 with GreenLink. From NV Energy's point of view, once GreenLink's in place to help broaden access to other markets, are there any other tie lines or transmission upgrades to get outside of Nevada or bring resources in through Nevada that would be ideal for NV Energy in today's world and market?
We are constantly looking at our next steps for transmission infrastructure because, as the Senator said at the beginning of this, it does take a long time to build, and by the time you start, it's too late. And it really limits your options for supply. If you can't get transmission built in time, you're really limited to getting a new generation plant in service. So we are out looking, and I think you're going to hear from the next couple of presenters some projects that will interconnect to the GreenLink projects that are being proposed. I won't steal their thunder.
Thanks.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions from any of the members of the task force? Anyone up north have any questions? All right. It looks like we do not. So I just want to thank you, Ms. Barbash, for presenting to us today. And this is a good resource for us to add to our previous presentations as a basis for our knowledge of where Nevada can go and where we should go. So thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for serving on the task force as well. And that brings us to our next agenda item. And our next agenda item is 9B. And we have Mr. Mark Milburn from LS Power to give us a presentation about what they have going on in Nevada and the West. Mr. Milburn, welcome.
Thank you, Senator Brooks. Thank you, task force members. I appreciate the opportunity to come and share with you today. Forgive me for the slides that I'm going to present. I assume I can see them here. Will I be able to? Yeah. Oh, perfect. Thank you. Okay, can you see that? Okay. Thank you. Well, again, thanks for the opportunity to share. My name is Mark Milburn, Senior Vice President of Project Development at LS Power. As mentioned in Mr. Dyer's presentation, there's a number of projects that are either operating or being developed by other entities besides NV Energy here in the state. And so we want to take the opportunity to explain that to you, explain why that is, how that works, and kind of what's brewing for the future as it relates to regional markets. So real quickly about my company, LS Power, we're an independent transmission and generation company that's been around since 1990. And we've been developing projects all over the country in various different types of markets. And our idea and our business purpose is really to provide clean, efficient, reliable energy solutions, in areas where it's needed. And because of the way that the U.S. market has developed over the decades, and the way that the transmission system has been built out over the years, and the way that generation projects are built, the reason we kind of started in business was because there were some holes in it and there were some inefficiencies. And so really what we're about is trying to help improve those efficiencies and find solutions that really can make a difference in local and regional markets. So we've developed over 40,000 megawatts of generation and deployed over $45 billion in capital for those projects in the U.S. And that includes over $1 billion of transmission that we've deployed, and then we've got a billion plus of transmission under development right now. At the bottom of this slide, it mentions a number of the existing RTOs and ISOs in the U.S. that you saw on some of the previous maps that were presented. And these are areas where we have transmission assets where we actually participated in competitive transmission processes, competitions to build certain projects. And these are areas that we were awarded projects and have built in. Before I go on to the transmission piece of it, I just want to mention, and I won't go through this whole slide, but we've also been really active in developing battery storage projects and renewable energy projects, particularly in the West. This is an example of a battery storage project that we recently installed in California. We also have other elements of our business, including a company called EVgo that provides electric vehicle charging stations. We have some demand-side energy management companies and other energy-related companies. This shows just our portfolio of projects around the country, and you can see in the West, there's a lot in the Nevada and California area. What's black are things that are already installed. Am I moving the slides accidentally? I can't see. Which slide are you on?
Yeah, I think you're on slide 6 now, and I think you want to be on slide 3. There you go.
Okay.
Perfect.
I'll keep my hand off of the laptop. So in the West, the blue projects are the ones that are under development and are not yet built. And I'll talk a little bit about that a little bit more. So while we're a generation and transmission company, I'm here really to talk to you primarily about transmission. And so what all our transmission assets, we kind of refer to it as the LS Power Grid. It's kind of a brand that we're using for all of our transmission developments. And you can see in these different markets, I mentioned that we've built projects in the California ISO market, in what's called the ERCOT market in Texas, in the PJM market out east, as well as in the New York ISO, and also in the Mid-Continent or the MISO RTO. And then we also have projects where we've partnered with utilities, and specifically I'll talk about the one that Ms. Barbash mentioned, the online project. So now jumping straight into Nevada, this is kind of a zoomed in map of the overall SWIP transmission corridor. SWIP is the Southwest Intertie Project. It's a transmission corridor that was considered for construction many, many years ago, back in the 80s. It goes back that far, and it was actually originally permitted by Idaho Power and the city of Los Angeles for a completely different purpose, but it was it was their idea initially, and it was permitted. It's primarily on federal lands, but most of this corridor was permitted in 1994 and received a right-of-way grant from BLM. Fast forwarding, in 2004, LS Power acquired the rights to this corridor. It's nearly 600 miles long for this transmission line. We acquired that from Idaho Power and began to do the things necessary to get the corridor ready for construction. Well, it turned out to be quite a large project to take on, and where we ended up was breaking it up into pieces. And so I show 3 phases here, and I'll briefly summarize each one and talk about them in detail just for a second. The reason why I think this is important and instructive for the task force is it shows that even you've just seen kind of the planned build out of the Greenlink projects and some mention of what the import and export capability is that might go along with that. This is one of the corridors that can help shore that up and improve the benefits, both in the energy imbalance market as well as any future market that may exist that this task force may be considering and that NV Energy may be considering. So let me talk briefly about how this corridor got developed and how it was done kind of in a way that was used creativity and also provided opportunities to be taken advantage of on a regional basis. So first of all, phase 1 has been mentioned several times today. It's the online project. It goes from the Ely area at the Robinson Summit substation down to the Harry Allen station, which is just northeast of here in southern Nevada. It's 231 miles, and as previously mentioned, it was placed into service in 2014. The important thing about this project is it was a partnership between LS Power and NV Energy, and that's it turned out that when this project was presented to the Public Utilities Commission, it was presented as kind of the most cost-effective alternative to build the project versus even a standalone project that would be built up front by NV Energy. And that's what was approved by the PUCN, was this joint project. And so I'll talk about it a little bit more in a moment, but it was a real success story in showing how an incumbent utility can partner with an independent transmission developer and actually have net benefits. So phase 2 of the project is a little bit different. As we were developing the online project jointly with NV Energy, we recognized the need for expanding beyond Harry Allen and connecting into the California ISO market. Benefits for Nevada, benefits for California, and we actually started developing the project kind of in parallel. And then at some point, the California ISO looked at that project and studied it as part of their regional transmission plan for the ISO, and they recognized that it had economic benefits that outweighed the cost of the project. And so, long story short, through their transmission planning process, they determined that it was a regionally economic project, and they approved it for construction. And the way that works in the California ISO market is they have what's called a regional transmission access charge. And so the cost of their additional transmission build-out gets paid for by ratepayers throughout the CAISO footprint. And so the way that they justify a project like this is they say, hey, look, economically, the benefits we're going to get outweigh the costs. And so they were willing to take on the upfront cost of the project. And then under a rule called, or an order from the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission called Order 1000, they were obligated under the ISO's tariff to put this project out for competitive bid, to try to find the best solution and keep the cost down as much as possible. And so It turns out that we were selected, fortunately, to build that project on behalf of the ISO. And the reason that they selected us, according to their selection report, was because we were able to offer not only the lowest cost, but also a cost containment package that assured California ratepayers that we would not exceed a certain cost cap. And that provided them certainty that even if we had cost overruns for the project, that the ratepayers would be protected from any overages. So I point this out because it's in contrast to how we built the online project. It was built as a regional project for the ISO, and they actually get control of the capacity of that line. But because it's built into the system and integrated into NV Energy's system, there are a lot of benefits that accrue to Nevada and to NV Energy really for no cost. And I'll talk about that a little bit more in a minute. And then looking at this corridor again, the third phase, which is currently under development, but just about ready to start construction, is what we call the SWIP North. It's just the northern portion of this corridor. It's about 285 miles, and it will go from the Robinson Summit substation near Ely up north and interconnect at the Midpoint substation that Ms. Barbash mentioned, where they have, NV Energy has some existing 345 kV interconnections up there on another transmission line that's fully subscribed currently. This would provide a 500 kV interconnection into the GreenLink system and all of NV Energy's system that would increase the capacity on the order of 2,000 megawatts. When the project's completed, there's actually some additional free benefits for Nevada and NV Energy as well that I'll talk about in a minute. So I have a specific slide for each one of these projects, and I think I've probably dealt with most of the material on them, so I'll be quick. But this was phase one, the One Nevada line. This is a picture that you've seen in other presentations. This was a unique tower design that was designed specifically for this corridor to protect against perching opportunities that put threats against greater sage grouse, as well as for desert tortoise protection. So this was a unique design that was specifically for environmental purposes. And so that's what was approved by BLM, and that's what you'll see as you're driving up Highway 93. The other thing I'll point out on this slide is under the agreement that we entered into with NV Energy, we call it the Transmission Use and Capacity Exchange Agreement, which is a mouthful, but it's called, for short, it's the TUA. That agreement was approved by the PUCN, it was approved by FERC, and it sets the relationship between the two partners on that project, including the cost sharing of the project and also the ownership, where NV Energy owns 25% and we own 75% of the assets. Another important point here is under that TUA agreement, the capacity of the line is set up such that currently NV Energy can use all of the capacity for its ratepayers, its customer needs on the line. Once we build the SWIP North project, then that triggers this capacity exchange, increases the capacity of the entire corridor, and what falls out at the end of the day is while we'll still, LS Power will have the rights to about 1,100 megawatts. NV Energy will have the rights to approximately 1,200 megawatts on the entire path at no additional cost for Nevada ratepayers and no additional cost to NV Energy. So that's what was negotiated under the TUA, and it's really a unique agreement that I've not seen crop up anywhere else just yet. This slide was the phase 2 project I mentioned that was ultimately built for the California ISO. But I also wanted to point out here that even though this is an LS Power project, it was also done in partnership with NV Energy as the local regional utility. And through separate agreements, I have a list here of things that NV Energy is involved with the project by being the interconnection provider through the existing system. They're also, through a separate contract, are handling the operations and maintenance for the project and handling some compliance-related items and coordination with Cal ISO and their control room. They're also acting as the secondary communications provider, again, through a separate contract with us. And then we also co-located some facilities which provided some efficiencies for the project, which included locating a series capacitor at their existing Crystal substation, and then also in a sensitive area, a sensitive corridor just east of here, there was some double circuit towers, one of the designs that Mr. Dyer showed on his slides, where one side of the tower was not being used, and so we hung our wires on those towers instead of building a new tower in the corridor. So again, minimal environmental impacts, taking advantage. We paid them for that right to do so. There was a cost benefit also to ratepayers and NV Energy for allowing us to use those towers. So, and then ultimately, through all those relationships, NV Energy retained a right to acquire 20% of the project since they were so involved with it. It's in their territory, and there's a lot of benefits they received. And so they took advantage of that and are 20% owner of it now. I mentioned benefits. In addition to California controlling the capacity, this line is in parallel with an existing NV Energy corridor that is sometimes constrained and is getting a lot of new generation, a lot of new solar generation built out in this corridor. And by building the line that's paid for by California, the capacity on that existing corridor for NV Energy has increased. And they actually were able to increase their path rating for the existing lines, really, again, at no additional cost. So it's just an example of how building a regional project can provide regional benefits, even beyond the direct benefits to the entities that are receiving the majority benefits. And then I guess finally, this SWIP North project, the third phase of it, we're really excited that as I mentioned, we've been working on this corridor since 2004, and we're kind of at the point now where we've just about got this phase 3 ready to go, this last 285 miles. And again, the benefits of it will include the ability for NV Energy and other utilities in the West to increase their energy imbalance market benefits by connecting through this line, effectively connecting California ISO with NV Energy, with Idaho Power, with Pacific Corp. And so there's, it's basically a pathway that the Mojave Desert solar generation can flow north and provide benefits to the Pacific Northwest. And all the hydro in the Pacific Northwest and the wind in the Pacific Northwest can flow south. And so the benefits are really, really substantial. There's been a number of studies done that have shown this, and really the holdup to getting this project complete was not environmental permitting. We were substantially past that part of it. It's really deciding who gets the benefits and who's willing to pay for the benefits. And that's where kind of a regional market can help break that chicken and egg question on who's going to pay for it and kind of make this thing move forward. So it turns out that currently the Cal ISO, similar to that Desert Link project in Clark County, is looking at this project currently in their transmission plan. They actually extended their current transmission plan analysis to further look at, does it make sense to include SWIP North as a Cal ISO asset and approve it similar to what they did for Desert Link. I'm not sure where that analysis will come out, but they're in the process right now of taking a closer look at that. If the Cal ISO does not do that, then there are other options we'll have to look at on how do we really assure cost recovery of the project and move it forward. One of those ways might be additional partnerships with these entities that are going to get benefits from it that I mentioned in the EIM with import and export capabilities. Another way is there are thousands and thousands of megawatts of generation, I'm going to skip this slide for a moment, being developed in the corridor. This is just a sample of them, not including solar. This is just in easily identifiable projects. There's nearly 9,000 megawatts of geothermal, wind, pumped storage projects, and battery storage projects that could actually benefit from the SWIP line being built. And so another commercial alternative is to go to each individual generators and sell them a long-term firm capacity contract. But if we do that, then those individual contracts will take precedence over any sort of regional benefits, and it will actually restrict the ability of utilities to use the lines for the regional benefits I mentioned. So I think my point is, it's in the best interest of all the regional utilities and ratepayers in the West if a project like this is approved as a regional project and built with to allow benefits for everyone in the region versus if we just sell off pieces of it to individual generators. And I've already mentioned this, but just I want to note that I have a slide in here listing the benefits of SWIP just for Nevada. And I want to point out that there's 1,100 to 1,200 megawatts of free capacity on that line that will be available for NV Energy to use for import and export, as well as for taking advantage of energy imbalance market opportunities if we build the line, and again, at no additional cost for Nevada. I've already mentioned that the development status, we have pretty much all of the permits. We do need to get the capstone permit, which is the UEPA, the Utility Environmental Protection Act permit from the Public Utilities Commission of Nevada. That'll be the capstone permit that we'll be seeking shortly. And once we have that permit, we'll be in a position to move forward with construction. Currently hoping to start construction in early 2023 and be in service by the end of 25. A lot of those generators that I mentioned on this map have the ability to be placed into service by 2025, and they want the SWIP there when they get there. And so that is my summary presentation about Ellis Power and the SWIP. Happy, Mr. Chairman, to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Milburn. Thank you for the presentation. It was very thorough. Do we have any questions from the task force members for Mr. Milburn? Nope. Please go right ahead, Ms. Tierney-Lloyd.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Very interesting and very creative ways of developing new transmission projects and funding them. Just a question going back to slide 11, where you were talking about if these generators would reserve capacity on the line, it could reduce some of the EDAM or EIM benefits for Nevadans. In terms of how the impact, if it's part of a regional transmission or organization and an organized market in the West, it is possible for those generators to contribute to the transmission and the sharing of reserves and energy across the West in a full market construct. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. That's my understanding of how it would work. Without that, they'd be individually determining whether or not they wanted to participate in like the EIM or the EDAM, right?
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Any other questions? Oh, go right ahead, Ms. Mejica.
My question is more workforce development. will you be focusing on local labor when you begin your construction?
Yeah, thank you. We do that frequently in all of our projects, is look first for local labor and try to optimize that the best that we can. One thing I will say about these types of projects, it's a very specific skill set, and there are, folks that do this type of construction, specifically high voltage transmission lines, and they work around the country. We do have a commitment with the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers based out of Northern California, which this is in their territory, and they will be also participating to provide workers, key workers for the project. There are other jobs on the project that we'll be looking for to fill with local workers.
Thank you. Any other questions? Mr. Hansen.
Hi, Mr. Milburn. A quick question with regards to if CAISO ultimately decides to fund the project, does that impact Nevada's ability to have that 1,200 megawatts of transmission? If they're controlling it, I'm curious what that does to Nevada.
Yeah, thanks for asking that question. The short answer is no. It doesn't affect the ability. Under the TUA agreement, NV Energy has firm rights to that capacity to use for its purposes and for Nevada. It's up to us to sort out with the Cal ISO how they would have a portion of the line, and NV Energy would control a portion of the line. But that's what we've presented to the Cal ISO, is that it would be a split capacity share.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And I have a question from Mr. Wachowski.
Thank you. For the record, Eric Wachowski. I was just trying to understand a little bit better on the north SWIP line. You mentioned construction may begin 2023. Do you need a decision by the Cal ISO or somebody else to commit to the capacity before you start construction?
We'll need some sort of commitment. So if the Cal ISO makes a decision in 22, then, that'll solidify our ability to start in 23. If the ISO does not, then we'll have to make other decisions kind of in the other areas that I mentioned to assure that we start in 23.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? I have a question. And was this permitted on 100% federal lands?
It's not 100%, but it's substantial in Nevada in particular. There's a lot of private agricultural lands in Idaho that it crosses.
Oh, okay, thank you. And I didn't see it in the slide, or if I did, I missed it. If it's there, what's the CapEx on the SWIP North piece?
The SWIP North piece is on the order of, I'm rounding, $600 million.
Okay, thank you. All right, I don't see any other questions from the task force, so thank you, Mr. Milburn, and thank you for hanging in there till the end of the day with us.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Can I ask one question?
Task force member and presenter Barbash has a question.
Hi, Mark.
Hi.
Just quickly, in order to start construction in 2023, does LS have equipment and materials ready to go, the structures and the conductor on order?
All of that is current. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Yes, all of that is currently undergoing the procurement process right now. Not secured, but under procurement.
Okay. Are you pretty sure? I know we're all dealing with supply chain issues and things like that. Does it look like that's doable then to get the materials and equipment here in time to start construction in 2023?
Yes, we think it is, but we are watching it very closely. As you mentioned, it's a huge issue right now throughout the world, and we've got a number of projects that we're building in California and in New York right now, and it's clearly becoming an ongoing and increasing issue. So it's certainly a risk that we're trying to manage.
Yeah, us too. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the committee? Anyone up in Carson City? It does not appear as if we do. So thank you very much, Mr. Milburn.
Thank you.
And we can move on to our next presentation, which is going to be from the Grid Alliance NextEra Energy Transmission Team. And with us today to present that is Ms. Fanny Kidwell. And thank you. Thank you for your patience, and thank you for joining us today.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Let me open the presentation here. Right. Are you all able to see the presentation now? Yep. Okay, excellent. So good afternoon, everyone. So I am Fanny Kidwell. I am Director of Development for NextEra Energy Transmission. I lead the development team for NextEra Transmission in the West, including Nevada. And I appreciate the opportunity today to present and provide an overview of NextEra Energy Transmission and Grid Alliance West. Yeah, thank you. Okay, thank you very much. All right, so first and foremost, an overview of NextEra Energy. So NextEra Energy Transmission is part of NextEra Energy. NextEra currently has 62 gigawatts of operating generation with a total asset base of $141 billion. Under NextEra umbrella, Florida Power and Light, or FPL, is the largest electric utility in the United States by retail megawatt-hour sales, with a strong reliability track record. Also within the NextEra family of companies is NextEra Energy Resources, NextEra's wholesale power generator with 22 gigawatts of clean or renewable generating capacity, and the world's largest generator of renewable energy from the wind and the sun. And finally, NextEra Energy Transmission is the leading competitive transmission company in North America. NextEra Energy Transmission owns, develops, finances, constructs, and operates and maintains transmission assets across the continent. And we operate through regional subsidiaries to integrate renewable energy and strengthen the electric grid. So NEET subsidiaries were among the first non-incumbents to be awarded projects by system operators and utility commissions in California, Nevada, and a few other states that you can see here on the screen. Our portfolio includes operating assets in various states, including Nevada, as well as numerous projects under development across the United States and Canada. So NEET has built and is operating close to 11,000 circuit miles of transmission lines and around 1,000 substations, with assets in every RTO and NERC region. NEET was the first non-incumbent to win a FERC Order 1000, which is a competitive transmission project in the Southwest Power Pool, or SPP. NextEra Energy Transmission owns and operates 3 regulated transmission subsidiaries within the CAISO footprint. So in California, Horizon West houses the Suncrest and Australia substations, the first 2 competitive transmission projects awarded by the CAISO. Also in California, Transbay Cable is a 53-mile, 400-megawatt submarine high-voltage direct current transmission system, which provides more than 40% of the electrical power used in San Francisco. And finally, in Nevada, Grid Alliance West, which was acquired by NextEra Energy Transmission in March of 2021. So on this slide, I am showing here a view of the existing Grid Alliance West system, as well as its neighboring Valley Electric system. So Grid Alliance West's current system consists in 167 miles of 230 kV lines and related substations in southern Nevada. Grid Alliance West is a non-load serving participating transmission owner in CAISO, and it acquired its high voltage system for Valley Electric in 2017. And Valley Electric, as you could see on the previous map, has retained ownership of the neighboring low voltage 138 kV system. Grid Alliance West has 3 ongoing upgrade projects. First, the construction of a new substation, the Trout Canyon substation, which enables interconnection of additional renewable generation. It is expected to come online later this year. Then the upgrade of the Gameburg 230-138 kV transformer, which improves system reliability, also expected to come online or to be finalized later this year. And finally, the Grid Alliance West / VEA area upgrades, which reliably and economically increase the interconnection capacity of the existing system. And permitting is in progress, and completion of these upgrades is expected around the 2025 timeframe. And finally, beyond those projects, there's currently around 7 gigawatts in the CAISO generator interconnection queue for Grid Alliance West, which is currently being studied by CAISO. So as I just mentioned, so the Grid Alliance West VEA area upgrades are in progress. They were approved by the CAISO board last month as part of the CAISO's annual transmission planning process. These upgrades effectively convert Grid Alliance West's existing single circuit 230 kV system to a double circuit or double circuit capable 230 kV system, depending on the portion of the line, for a total cost estimate of around $280 million. And these upgrades enable the integration of an additional 2 gigawatts of renewable generation. Further upgrades and expansion of the Grid Alliance West system, along with affecting neighboring systems such as NVEs, are currently being assessed. Specifically, further reinforcement of a portion of the existing line to 500 kV, as well as expansion of the system north, would enable the integration and interconnection of additional gigawatts of renewable energy. And to conclude my presentation, I just wanted to provide a brief overview of NextEra's energy investments in Nevada. To date, NextEra has invested about $1.2 billion in capital in the state, which generates approximately $1.7 million in annual payroll, $1.4 million in annual land payments, and resulted last year in $2.6 million in property taxes paid to the state. So this concludes my overview of NextEra, Energy Transmission, and Grid Alliance West, and I'm now more than happy to take your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the committee? And do we have any up north in Carson City, or Ms. Barbash, do you have any questions? All right, it doesn't look like we do, but I do. So going back to, I believe it was slide 6, and talking about the 7 gigawatts in the generator interconnection queue. With the system as it currently stands, with the already CAISO approved improvements and upgrades, what is your capacity to accommodate how many gigawatts?
So right now, the current system is at about 300, and with the core upgrades that just got approved that will come online within the next 3 years, we're going to be at 2.3 gigawatts. And then the additional upgrades we are currently assessing in partnership with CAISO could increase up to 6 gigawatts. And obviously, the interconnection queue is not 100%, batting rate. So we believe that will be enabling not only, the generators that will make this queue, but also the next queue that will open in April of next year.
Thank you. And I see, going back to the map too, where you have a connection here, you terminate at Meade on the 230, or on the 500, the 230, and then you've got a connection at Northwest that connects to your Desert View at 230. Is that operational, or is that part of the approved improvement?
Yeah, so it's currently operational. It's a 230 kV single circuit.
All right, thank you.
And that reminds me, since I'm showing the map here, that's the interconnection into the CAISO that I meant to mention is via El Dorado here and the SC substation for information.
Oh, okay, thank you. And is there a CAISO, is there an CAISO interconnect at Northwest?
There is not.
There is not? Okay. All right, thank you. And then I'm also looking at where you've got the 138 that goes up into like Beatty, for instance, Amargosa, Jackass Flats, where my grandfather actually worked, where that line terminates back in 1949. But is there, what kind of renewable potential do you see up there east and north of that Beatty sub?
Yes, that's a very good question. We're seeing an increasing solar development interest in the area. And also what's very interesting about Betty is the geothermal potential. So if we think about the current queue, the 7 gigawatts, there's over 400 megawatts, which is a high number for geothermal, that is currently in the queue at Betty. So really expanding up north, as I mentioned, via the VEA system and upgrading it would enable a tremendous amount of generation to interconnect into the Grid Alliance West system.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? All right, thank you so much, and thank you for your patience and for that presentation. And now we have up Mr. Jason Smith, who's going to make a presentation on the TransCanyon system. And the benefit of going last is a lot of the stuff that you might have wanted to say has already been said, but the downside is you have to wait till the very end. So I appreciate your patience and appreciate the patience of the task force as well. I think it's going a little bit longer than we thought it would, but this is important information, and I want you to take your time and be as thorough as you care to be.
Yeah, sounds great. Good afternoon, everyone. Senator Brooks, members of the Transmission Coordinating Task Force. I'm Jason Smith. I'm the president of TransCanyon. Very much appreciate the opportunity to be here with all of you here this afternoon to update you on our cross-tie transmission line. In my comments here, I'm going to give you a brief background on who TransCanyon is, a little bit about the cross-tie transmission line, the project itself, and then the benefits and timing of the transmission line. So in terms of background, TransCanyon is an independent developer of electric transmission infrastructure in the western United States. We are focused on all phases of transmission development, so early stage permitting and siting, all the way through long-term ownership and operation of the transmission facilities that we develop. And we understand the importance of being good stewards to our projects and to the environment. And so we take that long-term ownership view into our development efforts and into our permitting efforts right from the very outset. So we take that very seriously. And I think as everyone here appreciates from all of the experience of the task force members, electric transmission is very difficult to get done. And so we very much appreciate collaboration and getting together in forums like this to discuss how best to move these critically important projects forward. The TransCanyon team, very fortunate to have the backing of two very well-capitalized and seasoned energy companies in Pinnacle West Capital Corporation and Berkshire Hathaway Energy. So good in the business that we're in to have two strong balance sheets behind us. And we've also formed a team in TransCanyon where we have pulled from our utility affiliates, Arizona Public Service, NV Energy, and Pacificor, in the formation of our team members. So we have deep experience and long-standing roots in the Western transmission system in the team that we have developed, but also have the flexibility to pursue independent transmission projects like we are talking about here today in cross-tie that can play a very vital role to the future of our Western transmission system. So let's talk about cross-tie itself. The cross-tie transmission line, which is in the center of the map you see located here, highlighted in yellow, is the project itself is a 214-mile, 500 kV alternating current AC line that enables about 1,500 megawatts of transfer capacity between the Clover substation on the eastern side of our line to the Robinson Summit substation on the western side of our line. And I think if you stand back and look at this map, and we've included not only cross-tie and the line that we are developing, but also the transmission infrastructure that PacifiCorp through their gateway system is working on in the east, and the transmission triangles, as Ms. Barbash noted earlier, the importance of transmission triangles. So PacifiCorp having a transmission triangle to the east, and then NV Energy working on the GreenLink projects here in the state of Nevada, and the importance of that transmission triangle to the west. And the TransCanyon's crosstie project is essentially connecting those two very already strong systems, transmission systems, in the assets that we have out there already operating in the field today. But then also importantly, as importantly, the future planned investment both in the GreenLink and gateway systems and how we connect those two systems together. So crosstie is very much a complement and connects the dots between those two strong transmission systems that are out there in the west. So with this physical footprint, crosstie enables a broad set of benefits. And the first one I'll mention just right out of the gates is that crosstie increases the transmission capacity between 4 large balancing areas, NV Energy, PacifiCorp, Idaho Power, and the Cal ISO. And when you kind of step back and you think about transmission assets and transmission lines in general, the framework that's often used is to look at the policy benefits, reliability benefits, and economic benefits that a potential transmission project brings. And I'm happy to report that crosstie brings tremendous benefits in each of these categories. From a policy perspective, crosstie allows broad sharing of zero carbon resources across the entire western United States. Solar resources that are here in Nevada, Utah, California, and Arizona, wind resources that are in Wyoming and Utah, and hydro resources that are in the Pacific Northwest. So when we're kind of stepping back and I think having the broader policy discussion of how do we share these renewable resources, these zero carbon resources broadly across the region, crosstie will play an important role in that effort. From a reliability perspective, crosstie provides regional reliability benefits in 3 primary ways. The first is it provides added transmission path capabilities that improve the ability of the system to respond during energy alerts and energy emergency declarations. Second, the line improves the ability to respond to contingencies. So when we think about fires, storms, other natural disasters, how is the system going to respond, the transmission system going to respond to those adverse events? And crosstie helps reinforce the system in that way. And then a third benefit that we've looked at, and this is a little bit further afield, but crosstie actually helps reduce congestion on an existing path between California and Oregon. And we talked a little bit about the donut in the Western transmission system earlier. So some of the studies that we've done have actually shown that crosstie helps relieve congestion on that critical path between California and Oregon and provides an alternate path around the Western United States. So important benefits in that regard as well. And then from an economic perspective, and really, I'd say let's take these in 2 different buckets. But one is there's the more economic dispatch of resources that already exist around the Western U.S. So that's one important bucket. We've also talked about the energy imbalance market here today, and the importance of being able to have transmission resources and be able to bid resources into the EIM market and more transmission capacity to help support bidding resources. The one important distinction between the energy imbalance market and the energy day ahead market that's been discussed today is EIM does not provide any cost or doesn't pay anything for the cost of transmission it uses, whereas the EDAM structure that's being considered does potentially bring revenue recovery to the transmission lines it uses. But having that transmission infrastructure there to support the existing EIM market and ultimately potentially EDAM or other analogous markets is very important. And then on the other side of economics is how much does a project cost? And the crosstie transmission line we expect will cost about $650 million which sounds like a lot of money to a lot of people, but in the world of transmission infrastructure, $650 million is a relatively modest investment to leverage the existing strong transmission systems that we have both to the west and east of our line. So when we stand back as the TransCanyon team and look at crosstie, we feel very good about the benefit to cost picture that we bring to the table with the transmission line that we're developing here. On the from a regional transmission perspective, two studies that we wanted to highlight that the CalISO has done. One is the 10-year transmission outlook, and then this is actually a map that we included in our presentation from CalISO's 20-year transmission outlook. And I think the two key takeaways here are that the CalISO has identified benefits of all of the regional transmission lines that are being considered, including crosstie. And in the 20-year outlook, CalISO identified the need for over 10 gigawatts of out-of-state renewable resources, and that they would need all of the transmission resources that we've been talking about here today. So I think that's an important takeaway I'd leave with each of you, is that it's not like we're picking winners and losers here between the transmission developers that are speaking before you today. All of this transmission infrastructure is going to be needed if we're going to meet our respective states' clean energy goals as we move forward in the future. In terms of timeline, we are currently, let me start at the end of the timeline here. So our plan is to have crosstie in service by the end of 2026. So where we stand today toward that goal is we're basically focused on permitting the line and the path as we speak, working with BLM. And then we're also out talking to potentially interested customers in transmission service. So the revenue model that we are pursuing for crosstie is going to be out talking with parties, either resource developers or utilities, load-serving entities that want transmission service along this corridor. And we will need to go out and secure those transmission service contracts with potentially interested customers. So it's great for us to get out and be a part of forums like this so that we can broadcast what we're doing in our efforts to develop crosstie, but also hopefully get into discussions with customers that are interested in transmission capacity along this corridor. So again, very much appreciate the opportunity to be here today. So in conclusion, would just say, Senator Brooks and task force members, we believe crosstie can be a key part of what this task force is looking to accomplish in making Nevada a central part of the energy future and achieving our clean energy objectives in the West, and connecting these two strong transmission systems that unlock the clean renewable resources, improve reliability, and enhance economics for our customers. All three important boxes to check. So that concludes our prepared remarks. I'm joined here today by two of my team members, Bob Smith, who's a senior advisor for transmission planning and has been in and around the transmission space for a long time that some of you may know, as well as our manager of permitting, Richard Stuhan. So collectively, we're happy to address any questions the task force might have.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Mr. Smith, and thank you for this presentation. It really paints a picture of exactly what is available, what's out there, and kind of what the roadmap could look like moving forward. Do we have any questions for Mr. Smith? And go ahead.
Leslie Mujica for the record. I have a very simple question. Slide number 5. Would you mind repeating what you said at the end about EIM and EDAM? You said EDAM does bring revenue recovery, but the EIM...
Yes. So EIM, as it's currently constructed, does not bring any revenue to transmission lines it uses. EDAM is obviously still being developed, but one of the elements of the EDAM structure that's being evaluated is how would EDAM market participants need to pay for transmission lines that are used to bid resources into that market, and that would obviously be a helpful revenue stream to helping developers like us get transmission projects off the ground.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions from the task force? Mr. Wachowski.
Just a quick question. I can see Pacific Corp's interest, of course, Nevada Energy's interest, but I'm curious about APS or Pinnacle's West interests. I mean, are they looking for transmission to get to Phoenix, or I'm just a little curious about that.
Yeah, no, we formed TransCanyon in 2014 to pursue electric transmission broadly across the western United States, and so it happens that this specific project that we're talking about here today, crosstie, connects NV Energy's and PacifiCorp's two strong systems. So Pinnacle APS on that side of the house is, not going to likely not going to take a direct capacity stake in the crosstie line here. There are other projects that we're working on that could benefit APS's the APS side of the house more directly, but don't expect APS to be a part of the at least near-term plan here.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Tierney-Lloyd, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I was looking back at the planned lines, and I apologize if I missed. Did you state what the in-service dates would be for those lines?
Specifically for crosstie or all of the lines?
Crosstie.
Crosstie, the in-service date is December of 2026.
Okay, thank you. And may I ask a follow-up question? You also mentioned the CAISO's 20-year projected needs of transmission, and the LS Power gentleman talked about having a cost recovery mechanism through CAISO. Is that something you're exploring as well?
Not currently, no. We are focused on going out and trying to find direct customers, either resource developers or load-serving entities that are interested in transmission service and entering into ultimately transmission service agreements with those counterparties. So that's our current focus. That could be a structure that we evaluate in the future, but not currently something that we're looking at.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions? So I have a question on the, do you have a question? Oh, on the capacity. What's the overall capacity on crosstie megawatts? And then what is, if anything, is already subscribed? And then what would be free that's unsubscribed?
So the overall capacity that we're working on through the WEC path rating process right now is 1,500 megawatts. And we are in early stages, just given where we're at in the permitting process. We're in early stages of talking to customers, so we don't have currently any of the transmission capacity subscribed. But we are out, actively talking to many different customers that are interested in the transmission capacity along this corridor. Both broadly around the region, but also important resources that are, in and close to the line as well, that would benefit from crosstie being there.
Thank you. Any other questions? Do we have any questions up in Carson City, or do we have any questions from Ms. Barbash?
Yes, this is Elise Porto for the record. On slide 4, you have crosstie will increase transmission capacity between PacifiCorp, NV Energy, CAISO, and Idaho Power balancing areas for redundancy.
All right. It looks like we do not. Thank you very much. And again, thank you for...
Sorry, Senator Brooks. I believe Ms. Porto does have a question, but I'm not sure why we're not hearing her.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll just hang on for a second till you get her on there.
Can you guys hear me? Should I go over to...
I think she's speaking, but we can't hear her, so it might be a broadcast issue. Oh, there she is.
Oh, can you hear me now?
We can see you, but we can't hear you.
I can't sign it, so. I don't know how to. I guess I could type it.
Can you guys hear this, Mike?
No.
We can see you, Mr. Figueroa, but we can't hear you.
Maybe if I hit this.
Thank you for your patience, Mr. Smith. You just hang on just a little bit, and we can see if we can get them connected.
Can you hear me now? I think so.
We are working on it, so just hang tight, if you would, and we'll get you dialed in here in just a minute. So I think what we'll do is, while we're experiencing these technical difficulties and we're kind of running late, and if you, and I apologize to the members in Carson City, if you could email the Office of Energy what your question is, and then we'll get that answered directly from Mr. Smith, and get that back to you as soon as we possibly can. And I apologize again. I just don't want to. This technical difficulty came at the very end of a long day, so I don't want to hold it up, but I apologize. Oh, okay. Yeah, so if you could just email the Office of Energy, and we'll get that answered for you. And again, apologies. Mr. Smith, thank you.
Thank you.
And that brings us to our last agenda item, and well, next to last. I just wanted to go over some next steps of what's going to come next. We've got, and I have a couple of examples here of resources that we'll be sharing. The state-led market study is one. Western flexibility assessment is another one. We've added a few as this meeting's gone on. If it was referenced in the meeting, we're going to add it, including like the latest, the CAISO transmission plan, the 10-year transmission plan that they just had, that's most recent and relevant to this conversation. And all of that will be hosted at a resource page at the Governor's Office of Energy. So you can always go to that link at the Governor's Office of Energy's website, and then there'll be a couple of pages. One's going to be a meeting-specific page, and another one will be a resource page. And if you have suggestions, and not just the members or the presenters, if you have suggestions for resources that should be on there, you can always send those to the Office of Energy and ask them if they would put those resources on there. And I think there is no bad suggestion. I think having as much resources in one clearinghouse as possible will make our work better. And as far as working groups were concerned, I will be working with the Office of Energy to see if members are interested in those working groups, and then we would be posting any work that those working groups would do, and any meetings that those working groups would have. And then we could get started on that. But hopefully the members have identified some of those areas that we identified early in section 33 of the bill on what we need to talk about. And that takes us to our very last item, which is public comment. And is there any public commenters in the room in Las Vegas? And if there are any public commenters in the room in Carson City, please make your way to the tables. I see none here in Vegas. I see no one in Carson City. Broadcast Services, do we have anyone on the line for the final public comment period?
Chair, your public line is open and working, but you have no callers at this time.
Okay, well, thank you. And so thank you. That's it for the day. Thank you to all of the task force members. Thank you for agreeing to serve and for contributing and participating. And thank you for all the presenters. This was more than I could have hoped for our very first meeting of kind of laying the groundwork of education. And thank you to Broadcast Services for making this happen, and all of LCB for letting us use the room and taking care of us. And thank you to the governor for coming down and saying hi. So with that, we'll wrap up, and this meeting is adjourned.